you're going under. But God's proven time and time again, He'll take care of you. And He'll do it again. God will do it again. Oh, if you just take a look at where you are now and where you've been, hasn't He always come through for you? He's the same now as then. You may not know how, you may not know when, but He'll do it again. See, God knows the thing you're going through. He knows how you're hurting. You see, He knows just how your heart has been broken in two. But He's the God of the sun, the stars, and the sea, and He is our Father. And He can calm the storms, and He'll find a way to take care of you. And He'll do it again. Oh, He'll do it again. He'll do it again. Just take a look at where you are now and where you've been. Always come through for you. He's the same God as then. You may not know how, you may not know when, but He'll do it again. Oh, yes, He's still God, and He will not fail you. No, He's still God, and He will not change. Oh, I know He's still God. Oh, and He's fighting for you. Oh, just like Moses, just like Daniel, just like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, He'll do it again. Oh, He'll do it again. He'll do it again. You just take a look at where you are now and where you've been. Hasn't He always come through for you? He's the same now as then. You may not know how, you may not know when, but He'll do it again. Oh, you may not know how, you may not know how, you may not know when, you may not know how, you may not know when, but I know that He'll do it again, do it again, He'll do it again. Come on, just give God some praise. The song says, you are Alpha and Omega. We worship you alone. You are worthy to be praised. We sing that again. We say, oh, you are Alpha. You are God has been good to you, just give God a round of applause. Give him a rousing amen. From the depths of your heart, you just say, Lord, we want to thank you. We want to thank you for everything, for anything and everything that you have done for us. You move along, we say, bless the Lord, oh my soul. Say, bless the Lord. Bless the Lord,
oh my soul.
say, oh my soul, I'll worship.
His holy name. Sing like never before.
Say, oh my soul,
Oh my soul.
oh, I'll worship.
Your holy name.
Oh, you see the sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing your song again. Whatever may pass and whatever lies before us, let me be singing when the evening comes. Bless the Lord, oh my soul. Oh, we'll worship your holy name. Oh, sing like never before. Oh, my soul. Oh, I'll worship. Oh, and on that day when my strength is failing, the end draws near and my time has come. Still my soul will sing your praise unending. 10,000 years and then forevermore. Bless the Lord, oh, I say, oh, my soul, just worship. Sing like never before. Oh, my soul, I'll worship. Oh, bless the Lord, bless the Lord, oh, I say, oh, my soul, oh, worship. Sing like bless the Lord, bless the Lord, oh, my soul, I'll worship. Sing like oh, I'll worship. I'll do that last verse again, you see, oh, and on that day when my strength is failing, the end draws near and my time has come. Still my soul will sing your praise unending. 10,000 years and then forevermore. Bless the Lord, we sing, oh, my soul, to worship. Oh, just continue to put your hands together. Yes, we'll worship His holy name. Just continue to give God that hand clap of praise as we continue to just linger a little longer here in this time of praise and worship, because God is so integral and important to our lives. If we don't give Him praise, then where are we? And this is a favorite. I think this song has blasted the airwaves, the church waves all over. Nice song, it says, I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hand, from the moment till I lay my head. Oh, you guys sound so great down there. We gotta sing that verse again. Say, I love you, Lord, for your mercy, and all my days, I've been held in your hand, from the moment that I wake up until I lay my head. Oh, I'm gonna sing of the goodness. And this is the part we know. You see, all my life you have been faithful. Oh, God, you've been so good.
All my life you have been so good.
With every breath that I am able. Oh, I'm gonna sing. Oh, of the goodness of God. See, Lord, I continue to give God the praise, give God the glory, give him the honor as we just give you a little time here to stand to your feet and shake them off a little bit before we get started. The song says, I am a warrior. Y'all know that one? I'm a conqueror and I'm a overcomer in the name of the Lord. We all know why we're here. The song says, we are soldiers in the army. We have to fight. Oh, and we have to fight. We have to hold up the bloodstained. We have to hold it up on this. Okay, we're gonna start this. We're gonna say, we are soldiers in the army. We have to fight. And we have to die. Oh, we have to hold up the bloodstained banner. We have to hold it up on this. as soldiers, you know. I like how you guys look as soldiers. You felt good as soldiers too? So we're gonna do that part one more time. We are soldiers. are still doing some waiting. Am I right, Mr. Chair? Are we still? Come on, make some noise! Woo! You know the good old saying, God is good? And all the time?
God is good.
No. Which song you want us to do again? Man, we do that for what, 15 minutes? Why the warrior thing really take energy by. But you got the energy, right?
Yes.
So I tell you what, we're gonna do something before warrior. Give me one more other than warrior. I hear one up front here saying the goodness of God, and that's actually the one that went back to me. I think that was in E flat there. Thank you. I think that was in E flat, goodness of God. Sorry, I keep tripping on that thing. So just give me E flat there, and let's take it down a bit before we pump it up again before they're ready to start, right? I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, I'm gonna sing of the goodness of God. And you know, I believe we love this song just as much as the others. So we're gonna say, I love you, Lord, for your mercy never failed me. Say, all my days, Lord.
All my days, I've been held in your hand.
From the moment, God, until I lay my head, I'm gonna sing, oh, of the goodness. Just put your hands in the air and give God some praise as we sing, all my life. And all my life,
You have been so
with every breath,
that I am in.
Lord, I'm gonna sing of your goodness.
I wanna sing of the goodness of God.
Let's get it personal as I sing. Say, I love your voice. You have led me through the fire. And think about the time God has led you through the fire. You have been close.
You are close like no other.
And I've known you as a father.
Known you as a father.
And God, I've known you as my friend.
As a friend.
So I'm going to sing. I'm going to sing. No, bring it back down. We're going to say, Lord, I love your voice. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire in darkest times.
You are close like no other.
Lord, I've known you as my father. I've known you as my friend. And I'm going to sing. Okay, I want you to bring it right up now. Because we're going to give God some thanks and praise. We're going to say, all my life.
You have been faithful.
And all my life you've been so good, Lord. So every time I inhale and I exhale, with every breath that I am able, Lord, I'm gonna sing. Now I want you to forget about everyone around you. Right now, it's just gonna be you and God, and just recount all the things God has done for you, God has done for the organization, God has done for the party. And in this moment, there's no one beside you, there's no one in front of you, there's no one behind of you. It's now you and God. very good to me. And with every breath, oh, I'm gonna sing of the goodness. Say, I'm gonna sing, I'm gonna sing. I'm gonna sing. Say, I'm gonna sing.
I'm gonna sing of the goodness of God.
Now I'm gonna just give my team here a little rest. And I'm gonna do a song there that I hope the band knows. It says, oh, the worshiper in me wants to be free from the cares of life that seem to get me down. And oh, the worshiper in me needs consistency to lift my hands and give you praise when no one's around. And oh, the worshiper in me wants to break free from this intellectual mentality. Like when I should be up, I'm seated in my seat. Should be lifting my hands, giving you praise and glory. Oh, I wanna give my best to you. I wanna do what you ask me to. I wanna go wherever you say. Say the word and I'll obey. I wanna live a life that's real. I wanna serve you, Lord, forever. For you deserve all this and more. I'll give you more. More. I'll give you more. Now there's an all-time favorite. I think if I sing it, every one of us knows it here. It says, and if I lose, well, I just got my time limit, but we ain't done yet. That's what she was telling me, we ain't done yet. The song says, well, if I lose myself. Sound like I have backups. May all self be slain, my friends. I like how you guys sound. See, though it cost me, though it cost me grief and pain, I will find my life. Well, I need to tell y'all, go on. Well, one day while knelt in prayer, the Lord whispered to me there, take your cross and walk with me to Calvary. Oh, how sad, oh, how sad. And ourselves to crucify. But if I lose myself, I'll find it, Lord, in thee. Well, if I lose myself, I'll find it, Lord, in thee. May ourselves be slain, my friend, see only thee. Though it cost me grief and pain, I will. told you I forget the line of the first verse.
Many years,
That's it.
perfect peace.
Many years I searched for rest, perfect peace within my breast, and I often sought the Lord alone in prayer. You got it? Yes, but I would not pay the price, could not pay the sacrifice. But if I lose myself, but if I lose myself, may all self be slain. Though it costs me, though it costs me, though it costs me, I will find my life again. But if I lose myself, well, one day while knelt in prayer, the Lord whispered to me there, take your cross and walk with me. Oh, how sad it was, and also, oh, but if I lose myself, I'll find it, Lord, in me. But if I lose myself, I'll find it. May ourselves be saved, my friend, to your leading. Though it costs me grief and pain, I will find my life again. But if I lose myself, I don't know y'all gonna help me with the last verse. So how it starts again? That's it. I couldn't remember that one either. Lord, I would not stand alone as I come before your throne. Let me bring, dear Lord, at least one soul with me. Here I give myself away. Yes, use me, Lord, I pray. But if I lose myself, praise, glory, and thanks this afternoon.
Members and friends of the People's Action Movement, wave a flag, wave a flag. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, our members and friends. Welcome one and all to our 57th National Convention. We are about to begin, and we are asking those on the outside to kindly make your way on the inside where you will be seated. I now call on Mr. Delwayne Delaney for roll call and ratification of caucus.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to make mentions of the dignitaries on hand. Mr. Michael Morton, Governor General's Deputy, and Mrs. Morton, welcome. Honorable Akila Byron Nisbet, welcome. Attorney General, Honorable Vincent Byron, members of the clergy, members of the diplomatic corps, senior government officials, welcome. Anybody in here from last year's convention? Let me see the flags. All right. So we look like we have some repeats. And if you could remember, Sir Simmons, when he made his presentation, he said something. He said, I didn't come up here to be nicey. DJ, drop it for me. Let me see you represent. Let me see them flags. Ah, boy. No, all right.
Let me see you raise your hands and put them in the air.
Yes. All right. We here. K-on! Nobody on. K-on! Caucus was held Wednesday 9th at the PAM headquarters, and we're here to ratify the decisions made by the members. Deputy Party Chairman, elected Honorable John L. Powell. Deputy Party Leaders, Honorable Eugene Hamilton and Honorable Lindsey Grant. Deputy Chairman, as Mr. Azad Gums. Assistant Secretary, Ms. Danielle Warner. Treasurer elected, Mr. Charles Morton. And Public Relations Officer, yours truly, Delwayne Delaney. So, by the sound of it, let me just say, are we approved that these are the members for 2022? All right, lovely. So I say thank you. Continue enjoying Convention 57, Keeping the Promise edition. DJ, run it again.
When we roll, we don't roll alone. Hey.
Let me see you raise your hands and put them in the air. Put them in the air. High. Let me see you raise your hands and put them in the air.
DJ, pull up. I'll forget the roll call. Roll call. But I want to welcome as well our friends from the Concerned Citizens Movement, all the way from Nevis. Big up yourself, Sissy.
Say anyway, that we go, you feel the whole movement agree with me, family.
How you mean, Sissy? Family. Welcome, 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 welcome to KR Convention. So we're about to do the roll call real quick. Constituency number 1, you in the house? Constituency number 2, where you at? JP2, how you mean? Constituency number 3. What about constituency number 4? Constituency number 5. Vibes, 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 vibes. How you mean? Constituency number 6. All right. What about constituency number 7? Missing one, missing one. Constituency number 8. Finally, if you're here representing the People's Action Movement, make some noise! Ah, boy! How you mean? How you mean?
I guess we are all well represented today, and I can promise you, you're going to have a grand time. Just a bit of housekeeping. I have some glasses here. I don't know who lost them. I can't afford for you to not to see this spectacular show today. So if you lost your glasses, I have them. I now call on Miss Deandra Carey to introduce the ministers.
It's a great day to be a PAM. If you're feeling like it's a great day to be a PAM, say, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I like the energy, I like the energy, I like the energy. So right now I need you to focus on the screen as the motorcade procession is coming in. But while you're focusing, please make sure you maintain the energy. Please make sure you maintain the vibe. So wave the flags, tap your feet to the music, but keep that PAM energy going. PAM people, let me hear you.
Some things were meant to be, so why not let it be? And stop worrying about it. Long as we know what's in our hearts, we know we're in our thoughts. Hey,
also acknowledge the presence of Lady Simmons along with Sir Kennedy. Now at this time, please make sure that you are observing all protocols, follow all rules and guidelines because the sheriff is in town. The big blue machine has touched down in Green Valley. Please give a PAM welcome, a yellow welcome to Mr. Sweep Them Clean, Mr. No More Seats for Them, the Premier of Nevis, and the leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Civil Aviation, the Honorable Mark Brantley.
On election day, all you make sure go and spread the word from door to door. St. James, stand firm and sing.
And the Honorable Mark Brantley is also accompanied by Mrs. Brantley.
St. John's, sing the anthem. St. Paul's, let's do it again. St. Thomas's, I beg all you vote for your children. Come let me rally with CCM. Not one, not one, not one, not one, not one, not one. Let us restore pride and dignity, decency and true leadership. Let's do it for the children, for your community and for your island. Come in, Poopa. Crowd of gold. Cut it down. Westbury. Jessups.
Announcing also the presence of the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. Warriors from the east! Warriors from the east! I need your help to welcome this special individual, the one who is going to be the Moses in Constituency 1, and she's going to take her people out of the Red Sea. You see how she's already taking care of the constituents with the soup kitchens and the book clubs for the children, the canned food drives, and so much more. I speak of none other than the General Secretary of the People's Action Movement and the candidate in East Bastia, Mrs. Natasha Shani Gray Brooks.
Patrice again, yeah. And again and again. I want you to do it your time. I'm up in the Western time. I want you to do it your time. I'm not in town right now, but better days are coming. Change your ways. Don't let this moment pass you by and remain the same. Better days are coming. Change your ways. Don't let this moment pass you by and remain the same. Hey, what we gonna do now? There's no panorama. Hey, we got jump up and play bass in the savannah. Just be patient, hold it straight. Enjoy life and don't complain. You got to pray like every day. And things will be irate. Better days are coming. Change your ways. Don't let this moment pass you by and remain the same. Better days are coming. Change your ways. Don't let this moment pass you by and remain the same. Hey, let them know I don't have no time for no drama. Miss performing on stage, I'm singing this song.
For sure, they don't want nobody else in 4. For sure, they don't want nobody else in 4. When other countries were at a standstill, revenue was still being made in St. Kitts and Nevis. Not only is he the Caribbean Tourism Minister of the Year, but he is also king of the dance moves. It's the only man for sure in 4. Deputy leader of the People's Action Movement, the Honorable Lindsay Grant, Minister of Tourism, Transport and Ports.
Champion, champion, champion.
constituency 8? No. Anybody in here from constituency 8? Green Valley, let me hear you. Are you ready to welcome Mr. Impact himself? Mr. You get a house, you get a house, you get a house. Green Valley's finest. The one who always ends the general elections in dramatic fashion. The Social Security and Universal Healthcare Guru. The great in number 8. Deputy leader of the People's Action Movement. The Honorable Eugene Hamilton. Minister of Human Settlement, National Health Insurance, Social Security, Ecclesiastical Affairs, Social Development, and Gender Affairs.
Honorable Eugene Hamilton. If you take a look around number 8, there has been so many housing solutions to date. Talking about people empowerment, Hamilton is the one that the angel sent. Support for adults, support for the youth. It has been amazing to tell you the truth. So if you really want true representation, it must always be Eugene Hamilton. Yes. Did I do, I day. It has been a great challenge, interestingly. He's the man with the largest constituency, the length and the breadth of the Green Valley. Otley, St. Peter's, Keys and Connery. Cedar Grove in the north, Hapoon in the south. Not a single community is ever left out. Everybody getting some satisfaction from Honorable Eugene Hamilton. Yes. Did I do, I day.
Good friend better than pocket money. We believe in a loyalty. Central Bastia, who got your back? JP2 has your back, and that's a fact. From ensuring the continuation of education of the nation's children during the pandemic to the staging of CPL, which brought in much needed revenue, to the staging of Sweet Sugar Mass with its fun vibe and energy, JP2 has had your back. Please help me welcome to the convention constituency number 2's representative and chairman of the People's Action Movement, the Honorable John L. Powell, Minister of Education, Youth Empowerment, Sports and Culture.
So we make through them days. Good friend better than pocket money. We believe in a loyalty. So we make through them days. Good friend better than pocket money. We believe in a loyalty. I tell you, Miss Paul on me back. Them on me back. I tell you, Miss Clan on me back. Them on me back. I tell you, Miss Blessing on me back. Them on me back. I know you, Miss Friend. Them on me back. Them on me back. I tell you, the soldiers around me. That's why the enemy can't run me. I tell you, the soldiers around me. That's why the haters can't run me. Anytime I head out and the message sent out, nothing less than 10 out. Nobody not spread out. Money we are sell out. Energy can't dead out. We will never sell out. That's why me tell them, Miss Squad on me back. Them on me back. I tell you, me clan on me back. Them on me back. I tell you, me blessing on me back. Them on me back. I know you, me friend. Them on me back. Them on me back. I tell you, the soldiers around me. That's why the enemy can't run me. I tell you, the soldiers around me. That's why the haters can't run me. We deal with it proper.
Hub, 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 hub. Hub, 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 hub. SP. SP. Hub, 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 hub.
When me say Sandy Pohin,
chosen and golden in number 5, the People's Action Movement political leader and the next Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Sean Kenneth Richards, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Public Infrastructure, Utilities, Ports and Urban Development.
I know you're seeing what he bringing for you. Yeah, SP, Patrice again. Hey, I know you're watching Ocean walking halfway. I know you're seeing what he bringing for you. Fixing up SP in many ways. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. John will love you. And I could tell you love us too. We feel you. We could feel your love and push it through. Just know we vote for you. You need to light up the playfield for way. Light it up. Get the roads them for way. Build it up. Build the stations for way. Build it up. You know we voting for you. Land team unity by background. Money pay back. House build up. School fix up. Sean care for way. Sean care for way. SP like it like this. Just like this. We like it like this. Just like this. We like it 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 like this. SP like it like this. I no gimmicks, I no tricks. 2020 Sean sharing relics. SP like it, SP like it, SP like it. It feels so good to know Sean love us too. We know we go keep you. Nobody ever made us feel like this. No, maybe what I if we swear. Light up the playfield for way. Light it up. Build the roads them for way. Build it up. Build the stations for way. Build it up. You know we voting for you. Land team
I know you guys are excited. Trust me, I am too. At this point, we will have a saxophone rendition of the national anthem by Eldon John. Please stand. Please remain standing as we now invoke God's presence with a prayer from Pastor Bernard Boland Jr.
Pleasant good afternoon to all. Wish to adopt the protocol that has been established, and it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Let's close our eyes and we'll pray. Father, we thank you this afternoon because you are God. We thank you that even before we knew about promise, that you kept your promise to us, and you're a God of promises. And God, you have never failed, you have never turned your back on us, and God, today we know that you will never fail us and you won't turn your back on us. We thank you that we are here this afternoon just to celebrate the 57th annual convention of the People's Action Movement. And God, we pray that even as we celebrate, that we will remember that you're the one who have kept us even until today. Father, you woke us up this morning and you set us on our way. You did not have to do it, but you did. And the greatest praise that we can give you even for this day is to shout hallelujah in your presence today. We thank you, Lord, for the spirit of unity. We thank you, Lord, that we are the spirit of the Lord is there is liberty. And we declare in this atmosphere this afternoon that not only the spirit of the Lord is here, but that the power of the Lord is here. And God, right now we bind every principality, we bind every power, we bind every spiritual wickedness in high places, every witch that has been sent out to cripple this convention. We kill the witch in the name of Jesus. Every mouth that has been sent out to speak against the leaders of this party, we kill the witch and we silence the voice of the oppressor today in Jesus' name. We call upon the angels of the Lord. We call upon the angels of the Lord to encamp right around this tent, to encamp right around your people, to encamp right around the surroundings. And Father, we break the back of the enemy right now. We break the back of the enemy right now. We thank you, Lord, that no weapon, no weapon that is formed against us shall prosper. And every tongue that rises up against us in judgment, your word declares that you will condemn. We speak a prophetic word in the atmosphere this afternoon, and we said every weapon die by the power of the living God right now. We declare the wisdom of God will prevail. We pray for every speaker today, every person that will speak from this podium. I pray for wisdom, I pray for clarity, I pray for dictation, and I pray for understanding. Oh God, I pray, God, that you would bring everything into alignment and into order by the name of Jesus and by the blood of the Lamb. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you very much.
And the people say, amen. Amen. Please be seated. Governor's Deputy Michael Morton, Honorable Mark Brantley, Premier of Nevis, the Honorable Sean Kenneth Richards, Deputy Prime Minister, and our proud leader of the People's Action Movement, Dr. the Right Honorable and Excellent Sir Kennedy Simmons, the first Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, our living national hero and Lady Simmons, the Honorable Eugene Hamilton, Deputy Leader of the People's Action Movement and Parliamentary Representative for Constituency Number 8, the Honorable Lindsay Grant, Deputy Leader of the People's Action Movement and Parliamentary Representative for Constituency Number 4, and Mrs. Grant, the Honorable Jonelle Powell, Chairman of the People's Action Movement and Parliamentary Representative for Constituency Number 2, Party Representative for Constituency Number 1, Mrs. Natasha Gray Brooks, Honorable Alexis Jeffords, Honorable Troy Liber, Honorable Akila Byron Nisbet and Miss Nisbet, I now pause to acknowledge the presence of the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Dr. the Honorable Timothy Harris. Attorney General Vincent Byron, members of the Diplomat Corps, members of the clergy, my beautiful PAM people, good afternoon. Members and friends, good afternoon. I can't hear you. Members and friends of the People's Action Movement, good afternoon. It is with great delight that I welcome you, our members and friends, to this grand occasion, the 57th Anniversary National Convention under the prominent theme, Keeping the Promise. I now present myself, Miss Valsia Glasgow, from the beautiful constituency number 5, to you as your humble host. Today promises to be electrifying, exhilarating, and captivating as we hear from our past, present, future, and supporting leaders of this, our dominant party. Today, we celebrate ourselves for keeping the promise, and our party, the People's Action Movement, celebrates as well for keeping the promise. What is this promise? The promise of putting people first. The People's Action Movement, some 57 years ago, adopted this motto, putting people first, to be the forefront of all leadership, policy, and decision-making that this visionary party has made throughout the years. Today, we are still keeping the promise, still putting people first. Our leaders, those who paved the way, those elected and those incoming, are steadfast, committed, and dedicated to propelling this federation forward. At our last convention, we were preparing for the future. Today, we are ready, equipped, and organized to lead with our political leader, the Honorable Sean K. Richards, at the helm, his elected dynamic team, and soon-to-be elected Miss Natasha Shani Gray Brooks. I now encourage you to listen keenly, to show appreciation, and enjoy our well-packed program. Once again, welcome one, welcome all. Now that we have the formalities out of the way, I just want you to turn to your neighbor and say, Pam, sweet, sweet. Turn to the other neighbor and say, Pam, nice, nice. I can't hear you. Pam, sweet, sweet. You have to say it with a little bit of attitude and confidence. Pam, sweet, sweet. Pam, nice, nice. Ah, there we go, there we go. At this point, we will be viewing fraternal greetings from our partners at the Caribbean Democratic Union, followed by Dr. the Honorable Godwin Friday, the leader of the opposition in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Greetings to the Honorable Sean Richards, political leader of the People's Action Movement and Deputy Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. I also wish to greet the executive members, delegates, and the faithful supporters of the People's Action Movement. On behalf of the Caribbean Democrat Union, I wish to extend our congratulations on this, your 57th annual convention, held under the theme, PAM, Keeping the Promise. I believe that this is a fitting theme for this year's convention and for the future, as PAM seeks to reaffirm and solidify its commitment to the people of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. This is important for good governance practice, social and economic development, with a view to being fiscally responsible and socially compassionate. The CDU continues its work to provide upskilling and developmental opportunities for our sister parties in the political alliance. I am pleased that in the last month, we were able to provide direct training to members of PAM and also to sponsor 2 members for the McGill University's Parliamentary Governance Certificate Program over the course of this year. This is made possible through our ongoing partnership with the Conservatives' Westminster Foundation for Democracy program. So as you celebrate today, please use this opportunity to realign your commitment to the values and principles of the People's Action Movement. I urge the party to continue to embrace the values and skills that our youth and women bring to the table in political participation, and to never lose sight of the needs of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. I wish you all a blessed and safe convention, and look forward to continue strengthening our political union for years to come. Thank you.
My brother, political leader Sean Richards, members of the Executive Committee of the People's Action Movement, including Chairman Powell, brothers and sisters all, I bring you greetings from the New Democratic Party in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. On this, the occasion of your 57th annual convention, your sister party under the banner of the Caribbean Democrat Union wishes you continued success in your efforts to serve the people of St. Kitts Nevis. It is impressive that PAM has reached well into middle age and shows no sign of slowing down. In and out of government, you have stayed true to your purpose of serving the people of your country and indeed the wider Caribbean. Over the years, you have kept your promise to the people, and we are happy but not surprised to see that in this convention you have declared your commitment once again to keeping the promise. As you know all too well, public service such as you do is essential for good governance and for the development of our countries, but is not always given due recognition by those viewing from a distance. Nevertheless, you persevere because you understand its importance and because you love your people. Through years of political struggle and of governing, PAM has become not merely a political party, but a national institution, an institution for progress and development. We pray that with God's grace, you will be sustained and fortified by your rich legacy of service and accomplishment as you work to build a brighter future for the people of St. Kitts Nevis and indeed the OECS and the region. But of course, even as we focus on the needs of our people, we know that the world beyond us is in turmoil, that problems not of our making can affect us profoundly and do. In particular, we cannot divorce ourselves from the threat posed by the war in Ukraine. As supported by the CDU and other organizations that we support, your voice and ours must continue to espouse the principles of peace, territorial integrity, and diplomacy in resolving international disputes wherever they exist. My brothers and sisters, we look forward to continued friendship. We commit ourselves to working with you for the common good of our people. It matters to us. It matters a lot to know that going forward, we can count on this relationship as our predecessors did in past decades. We wish you a successful convention. Thanks again for inviting us to be a part of it. It is an honor to do so. Hopefully next year, we will be able to do so in person. God bless you all.
Thank you, our partners, and allow me to make mention of Ms. Dame Constant Mitchum and Mrs. Brantley. I apologize, kindly add it to the protocol list. Of course, a PAM convention is not complete without our usual poem from Miss Enid Lawrence. Give it up for Miss Enid Lawrence.
Good afternoon to everyone. PAM's Convention 57, Keeping the Promise. The People's Action Movement is more than half a century old, endured lots of hardship and losses, but it remained resilient and bold. Some of its founding fathers have gone to the great beyond, but the PAM party is still very focused and strong. It produced our first Prime Minister and a first national hero, a first woman minister of government, setting the stage for many more. Working women were no longer sacked for bringing a child into the world, and the name of the child's father on its birth certificate was no longer to be concealed. For 15 years in government, our country possessed by leaps and bounds. But from 93 to 95, the lawless Labour Party pelt bottles and stones up and down the town. Fresh elections were called in 1995. And once again, as a Labour tyrant was in charge of our land. For 20 years, our beloved country was on a steady decline, needed to be rescued and be placed back in good hands. 7 years ago, the citizens expressed disgust with government ministers always coming only from one party. The electorate demanded that parties must come together to form a government of national unity. 3 parties set aside their political differences and were determined to make it work. The People's Action Movement became a part of this new team unity construct. It wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to work. But how can 3 parties work together? They must crumble in amok. The opposition set out on its wicked mission to make sure that PAM, PLP, and CCM end up in mayhem. Their propaganda machine is now working overtime. But I beg you all, my leaders, please don't listen to them. PAM in unity has come this far by faith and have the naysayers going by the breath. Much progress has been made. Our country is second to none. Bouncing back from COVID, even that we have overcome. Many promises have been made and kept, but we cannot afford to sleep. No time to rest on our laurels. There are still more promises to keep. The promise to lower the rate of major crimes, let's put a tick there. Remove that from food and funeral expenses, let's put a tick there. And another tick at the construction of a second cruise spare. Don't forget to tick. No new taxes and yet surplus year after year. Island Main Road upgrades and major work at Old Road Bay, put 2 ticks there. Traffic lights, new bus terminals, and a new ferry terminal. Put a tick, and another tick here. Budget supposed to Nevis, put another tick there. Enchantment of sporting facilities, tick. Upgrading of our education systems, tick. Infrastructure development, tick. Tourism at all-time high, tick. Job growth, more housing, tremendous improvement in the economy, tick. Former sugar workers got paid millions, another big tick. A new Ministry of Arts and Entertainment, tick. A Ministry of Environment. Lord, a tired tick. But wait, a lot more work is still to be done. More promises made we still have to keep, like a brand new hospital at a different location and the National Health Insurance Program we must complete. Then a new Her Majesty's Prison is to be built. A new Bastia High School to be constructed still. Don't forget we need that bridge so families don't have to travel by sea. Sean could drive over to visit Brantley. And the sheriff could bike over to visit Timothy. The party in opposition at their recent convention had enough of Dougie, so elected a new leader for their Labour Party. For the first time in their history, the leadership was challenged. The Dougie was mad and afraid, so he did not participate. But he made it clear up front he wanted Congress to be the winner. But when the secret votes were counted, Drew became the new Labour leader. Well, my people, you tell me for true? Do you really want your beloved country be led by not the sun, not the moon, nor the star, not by snow, not by rain, not even by a drizzle, but by Drew? So my dear people of St. Kitts and Nevis, supporters of CCM, PLP, and PAM, be careful of your utterances. Be careful how you plan. Please don't let Team Unity play right in the enemy's hand. They are patiently waiting in the winds to pounce wherever and whenever they can. My message to our dear leaders, you have all of 3 more years to continue bringing prosperity to each and every door. Continue to work hard at keeping your promises. You can't afford to mess up now. Please continue to work out your differences and honor the electorate wishes. Forward ever, backward never. Thank you.
Give it up for Enid one more time. We know for sure one person on the program each year, each convention is Enid. You now turn your attention to the screen as we have fraternal greetings once more from Honorable Keith Mitchell and Alan Chassanet.
Greetings to our brothers and sisters of the PAM Party, from your brothers and sisters of the United Workers' Party, and congratulations on your 57th party convention. We are in difficult times. Since the beginning of the decade, we've seen the advent of 9/11, a global depression 2008 and 2009, the strengthening of climate change and the impact it has had on us, the pandemic, and now we're on the verge of possibly a third world war, but for sure, a new Cold War. We're seeing that the supply chains are under stress. The price of oil has jumped past $110, and every day it changes. We have no idea what this new inflation, global inflation, is going to do and what new policies we're going to be forced to adopt. So, more than ever before, our citizens need strong leadership. And our fraternity of the CDU and our shared values of democracy, the rule of law, and our economic and social policies that are rooted on understanding that there needs to be a minimum standard of living. That if our citizens are given an opportunity to compete fairly and on a level playing field, we can compete against the best. We're also confronted with a world that doesn't understand what it is to be a small island developing states. So that burden of leadership is even greater than it was ever before. So I want to encourage all of you to continue to fight the fight. St. Kitts has been a model through the pandemic. What you've achieved in reducing your crime rate, what you all have achieved in reducing your debt to GDP and defying all odds, and given your very small size, gives all of us hope. And so congratulations to all of you. Continue to fight the fight. And as difficult and daunting as the times may seem, always know that your core values are the right ones. They have a proven track record. And congratulations and best of luck.
Colleagues, friends, on the occasion of this 57th annual party convention of the People's Action Movement, I take great pleasure in bringing you warm greetings from the executive and members of the new National Party in Grenada. Brother Sean, I am heartened by the theme chosen for this occasion, PAM, keeping the promise, because as representatives of the people, we must at all times seek to deliver on the promises we've made. Like the NNP, I know the People's Action Movement and its coalition partners have a long history of delivering, and I encourage you to stay focused on this basic and fundamental objective. It is the fulfillment of the contract we entered into with our constituents when we sought their support. These 2 past years has been challenging one at many levels. But your party has withstood them, just like it has many others over the past 5 decades. You are well poised to tackle the future, and I encourage you to maintain unity and stay focused. With the continued support of your partners, members and constituents, I have no doubt that you will continue to do well. As a fellow member and party in the Caribbean Democratic Union, we wish you continued success in your service to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And we reiterate our commitment to strengthen the bonds of friendship that exist among us. I wish you all the best in this very important convention. I thank you.
We thank our partners. Coming up next is a mighty performer, a singer, a writer, and entertainer. He was Soca Monarch King 2016, 2018, and 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the stage Ruckus. Don't be afraid to stand.
Good afternoon, everybody. How you feeling right now? Everybody feeling good? If you're feeling good, let me see some rocks in the air. Let me see some flags in the air right now. No, I am not accustomed of performing and seeing people sitting down, so we're going to party, all right? We're going to party, right? We're going to get up and we're going to party, all right? All right, so, dangles, let's go. Hey! Now I want everybody start to sing. I want everybody to sing and dance to this one if you know this one. All right? Hey, let's go. As I woke up this morning, the beautiful sun in the skies, oh my, I got to get me with timing. Tonight I will be ready to be up all night. Ladies whining and shaking, party up with celebrating. Yes, oh nah, yeah, you make me. Ooh, na 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 na. Wine up in this party, run drinks in this party. Ooh, na 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 na. Turn up in this party, get loose. Everybody right now, eagle. Hey, eagle. Let's go, sway. Everybody now dance, sway. Eagle, dance with me. Dance with me, sway. Everybody now dance, sway. And step with the ground like. The way you shake up your bumper, steady waist and got me mesmerized. The way you drop to the ground all night, bumper and manageable all lie. Bumper catch you come arrest it. Hey, ride up in this party, run drinks in this party. Ooh, na 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 na. Turn up in this party. I like this, I like this. Let me go. Eagle dance with me. Let's go, sway. Everybody now dance, sway. Eagle, dance with me. Dance with me. Hey, take me low on this one number. Take me low. Hey. All right. Now, I want you come in front with your rags and your flags. I want everybody come right in front here with your rags and your flags. All right? If you're representing the People's Action Movement, I want you bring... Everybody bring your flags right now. Come forward with your flags right now. Come forward with your flags right now. All right. I see you coming. Come with your rags. Come with your flags. If you know you love the People's Action Movement, come forward with your rag. Come forward with your flag. We come here to party. We come here to have a good time. We come here to have a good time and celebrate. So everybody come forward. Everybody come right now. No. This is what I want you to do. I want everybody to start to do this one with me, all right? I want you in front to do this one with me. Let's go. Hey, Let's go. Sway. Hey, sway. Yes. Let's go. Sway. Sway. All right, so we're going to party right now. Hey, dangles, give me the next one. Let me party right now. Hey. No, we don't want no bad vibes. We want all good vibes. Everybody right now, if you want good vibes, let me see your hand in the air right now. If you know we need positivity, everybody hand in the air right now. Let's go. Up, turn them up, no. Jump, turn them up, no. Jump, turn them up, no. Hey, I good over here. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Tell me why you lift up, make up and notice it's almost done. Vibes so nice, can't stand up and pose what we come for, it's fun. Don't keep bad vibes around me, no negative at all. Everything good over here. Tell them that we out there and money don't pay. Money don't pay. We money don't pay. We don't need no. Everybody right now, let me see your flags in the air again. Everybody flags in the air, let's go. We don't need no bad vibes around. It's good vibes alone. Drinking and good vibes alone. Jamming on. We don't So you know we good. Trust me, we good, we good, we good. Everything good over here. Trust me, we good over here. Trust me, we good. Hey, we don't need no bad vibes around at all. No bad vibes, only good vibes. Let's go. Hey, I know I done mash up a drunk cause I done lose me count. My friend them done turn up, we look like they drink the same amount. Love this good life I live in, with no regrets at all. Everything good over here. Tell them that we out there and money done. We money done. We money done pay. Tell them don't disturb we, then we do we take. Then we do we. Let me see the rocks again. Let me see the flags again. Hey, we don't need no bad vibes around. Good vibes alone. Drinking on. Jamming and good vibes alone. We don't need no. Keep them around. Love up and friends all around. That's how you know we good. Trust me, we good, we good, we good. Everything. Trust me, we good over here. Hey, you know what? Let me do this one right now. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. Hey. Let's go. Listen, it could be uptown or downtown. We in a that. Jump, are we sober? We in a that. Front yard or backyard. We in a that. Everybody right now, let me party again. Let me party again. It could be uptown or downtown. We in a that. Jump, are we sober? We in a that. Old thing or young thing. We in a that. Front yard or backyard. We in a that. Let's go. Hey. Woo. We're gonna party right now again. It's Mr. AG. You see them big bottle around me used to drink up. You see them hotel load of people behind the jug. Well, it gone, yes it gone, yes it gone. Like a ghost town, everything it gone. You see the mask come where me and you used to link up. Well, that gone too. But that cannot stop it. We will find a way and you tactic. You know we gotta do something. Carnival coming back and we. But that cannot stop it. We will find a way and you know we gotta do something. Carnival coming back and we. Hey, so if it's a little jumpy in a that. And if it's a rum, yes we in a that. 10,000 in town, we in a that. We in a that, yes we in a that. When we link up, we got big iron. Bang, panang, bang, panang. Bang, 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 panang. We beat to them big drum. Bang, 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 panang. We come here to have fun. That was my time. My name is Uka Setri. People's Action Movement. We love you.
Thank you, Lucas, for that lively performance. And I want you guys to keep the energy we had at the beginning, you know. We keep in the energy. Right now, I want everyone with a cell phone to take out your cell phone and post on social media. Pam Sweet Sweet. No data? Post it still. When you reach home, you're going to show. Pam Sweet Sweet, let's go. Pam Sweet Sweet. Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp. Prime Minister, you as well. Pam Sweet Sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, stand to your feet as we now welcome our first Prime Minister, our living national hero, the Honorable Sir Kennedy Simmons, to give us greetings.
You, but me love think it's bad. Me no know what them a talk about. When them say think it's mad,
want you to see my face, you see. That's what you want? That's what you will get. Members and friends of the People's Action Movement. I am happy to be here at this PAM's 57th annual convention. And above all, I am thankful for life. Well, today I can truthfully say, my belly full and no way hot in me. I wish to adopt the protocol established because it's a very long protocol. And I have no desire to go all through it again. But I recognize the presence of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris. I am happy as always to be in the presence of the political leader of the People's Action Movement and the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Sean Richards. And all of you wonderful people. It's the people we talk about. I spoke at length at the last convention, and I was hoping at this one to just sit and enjoy an exciting and wonderful convention. That's what it appears to be. I had no desire to talk at this convention. But when PAM came calling, saying no to PAM is harder than pulling a lion's jaw teeth with the pliers. So brief remarks it will be, but remember, I am only an appetizer today. A sumptuous and satisfying main course will be delivered to you by our trusted and highly respected co-leader in unity, the political leader of the People's Action Movement and Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Sean Richards, as well as the leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement, the CCM, the Premier of Nevis, the Honorable Mark Brantley. Sean has brought out extra security this year. The sheriff is in town. And the deputies are with him. How sweet it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. I am convinced that PAM is the best party in the whole wide world. I am convinced that no party in the history of politics has kept its promises like PAM. Yeah! The fundamental promise of which is the foundation of all promises, putting people first. When Limo's Labour government had given sugar workers a 17% wage increase to start the 1980 crop, PAM promised 25%. And in our first day in office, we made the arrangements to pay the back pay of 88% immediately, followed by the 25% going forward. The next promise that PAM made was the abolition of personal income tax. Again, on the first day when we took office in 1980. With a stroke of the pen, the regulations under the Act were altered and the promise was kept. No more personal income tax, no more $45 out of every 100 you made. Promise made, promise kept. The effect of that is still felt today because the transformation in people's lives was permanent. But today, I want to speak seriously to the people of PAM and beg of you to remember from whence we came and our journey over the last 57 years so that we do not stumble in darkness and ignorance into the future. In the period even before the birth of PAM in 1965 up to 1979, St. Kitts, Nevis, and Anguilla was embroiled in political strife of unimaginable intensity. The result was that Anguilla broke away in preference to being turned into a desert. In 1977, Nevis voted overwhelmingly to secede from the state, perhaps so that they would be free to continue their normal dietary habits, which did not include bones in the rice and pepper in the soup, as they had been promised. We were also told, don't be surprised if a one-party state comes. However, the by-election of 1979 shone a glimmer of light on our situation. When PAM won the Central Bastia seat, but was locked out of the House of Assembly. But shortly after, all that political spite and vindictiveness disappeared. The election results of 1980 threw back the doors of repression and persecution to unveil a bright new dawn of opportunity and progress of unimaginable proportions. Immediately, PAM began to work on creating a modern St. Kitts and Nevis, but with greater autonomy for Nevis. One talk show pundit recently said that independence was laid on a platter for PAM. But let me assure you and remind you that the only things that were on the platter were chaos, imminent fragmentation, and destruction of St. Kitts and Nevis, and total confusion about the future. Against that background, the leaders of PAM and NRP in partnership dragged St. Kitts and Nevis from the brink of disaster and set us on the pinnacle of economic progress and success, achieving the highest level of per capita income growth in the entire Caribbean and Latin America in the first 10 years of our stewardship. That partnership was built on trust. Any partnership must be built on trust because trust engenders loyalty. There is a third word I will want to engrave in your consciousness, even after you leave this convention. But I'm not ready to give you that yet. I'll give you that a little later. But first, let me tell you two stories from my political life experience. When I was Prime Minister, someone came to me quite frantic and told me, Dr. Simmons, Mr. Stevens take up a tractor from Public Works and put it in the boat and carry it to Nevis. Oh, is some of you old enough to remember that? So I simply thanked the person and said, I will look into it. I know Ivor Stevens, as minister responsible for public works, ain't going thief no tractor. I know that Ivor Stevens, the late Ivor Stevens, ain't going to charge the government a couple of dollars to take a tractor to Nevis. I did not rush to my office to call Ivor, and we didn't have cell phones in those days anyway. When Ivor came down and was in his office at government headquarters, I asked Miss Tyson, PAM, my secretary, to ask him to stop by my office for a few minutes. He came right away. That's how Ivor was. I got to the point right straight off. Ivor, what's the story about you sending a tractor to Nevis? He said, Kenny, that's how we were informal, behind closed doors. Kenny, we promised to plow some land for some people in Nevis to plant up. And right at the start, the tractor broke down. And I remember we had one at Public Works. So I told the super I had some work for it to do in Nevis, and he should have someone drive it down to the pier for me. My immediate question to Ivor was, how is the work going? How is the work going? He replied that the work was going well and was almost finished. I then told him, anytime you're in a similar situation again, deal with it, but let me know so that I am aware. Remember, your need is my need. Let me be clear. When you are in a coalition, the need of your partners must also be your need, and you have a duty to help them. One other short story about helping our partners when they were in need. When we formed the government in February 1980, there were no lights on the Newcastle airport. Premier Honorable Simeon Daniel contacted me and wanted to have lights on the Nevis airport by Christmas. We, the federal government, ensured that the airport was lit by Christmas. In fact, he invited me to jointly turn on the lights with him on Christmas Eve, 1980. I returned to St. Kitts that night from the freshly lit airport, but before that I would have had to wait till the next day. The final story is about St. Kitts and my boyhood friend from Brother Rijay's Sunday School, Roy Jones. When I asked Roy to run in Constituency 7, he was living in New York, but he agreed to return home. Initially, our internal polling showed him way behind, but he worked hard and steadily improved his position. Eventually, he told me that people in that area were obsessed with the idea of having a hospital. And he thought that if he got that hospital built, it would be a game changer, and he could win the seat. Constituency 7 used to be a hardcore labor seat in those days. I used every resource at my disposal and got the hospital built. Roy won the seat. That hospital was named the Mary Charles Hospital in honor of the first woman ever to run for political office, not only for PAM, but for any party in this country. The moral here is that for partnership to work, partners must trust and be loyal to each other.
So we make to them there.
you ready for the third word now? The third word I want to leave with you is PAM. Yeah, I know. It don't seem to mesh with the others, right? If I had said something like performance, that would fit nicely and be more stylistically correct in a literary sense, right? Trust, loyalty, performance. Sound nice. However, my remarks today are not intended to be any literary masterpiece. My remarks are intended to awaken the political consciousness of all PAMites of all ages to the realities of the current political scene. I also want my remarks to be a reminder of how important PAM has been and continues to be to the development of our country. PAM has been responsible for every major development in this country. When the sugar industry finally closed over the dead body of Denzel Douglas, his words, he sprang to life, resuscitated by the PAM Citizens Buy Investment Program which he inherited. Unity's amazing economic success, which we applaud, in the face of the pandemic and all the other destabilizing forces in the world, is due in large measure to the PAM CBI initiative. No, let's go fast now. Had there not been a PAM coalition from 1980 to 1995, there would have been no Port Zanti, no Kennedy Simmons Highway to the Southeast Peninsula, no significant social initiatives like early childhood education, school meals, self-program, youth skills training, reduction of voting age to 18, status of women legislation, and protection of employment legislation. There would have been no College of Further Education, now named the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College, which was established and officially opened by Sidney Earl Morris on the 26th of September, 1988. All these policies and programs largely benefited the poor and working class in St. Kitts and in Nevis as well. Now you see, Rich Party has really helped the poor and lift them up over all these years. And they have been lifted to a permanent, better quality of life. Yes, brothers and sisters. I welcome all the ambassadors here today. The major foreign policy initiatives of PAM has also helped the working class, whether they're from cotton grown or Newton grown. These include our relations with Taiwan, our relations with Cuba. Those initiatives, and others, but those in the early days, those initiatives have brought significant benefits to farmers, fishers, and students with scholarships in abundance. When the local pundits talk so much about Cuba, they don't realize that it was my PAM-led administration that established diplomatic relations with Cuba. I was also chairman of the OECS when the decision was taken to approve that Grenada reestablish diplomatic relations with Cuba. PAM has done much in the past, achieving excellence in the present, and is committed to greater prosperity in the future for all throughout the Federation. Now, every day in this country is like Christmas for talk shows, where everybody has a chance to express their views, and rightly so. So go ahead, good going, Junie. Thanks, Sylvine. Don't let them shut you up. You hear them trying to shut up all the time. I just want all the talk show participants to know or to remember that it was PAM who opened up the airwaves. The first talk show on ZIZ came on the air under PAM. It was called Have Your Say and was hosted by Vernon Vero. The first non-government, non-religious, you had Radio Paradise, non-religious private radio station approved in the Federation was Van Radio, and it was approved by my administration. And yet, against this background, some timid souls in PAM telling others, don't say PAM, just say unity. Hell no. They want to take us back to the days of labor persecution, when you couldn't say PAM on the government radio. It was up the hill. You remember? All right, thank you. I supported the formation of PAM, CCM, and PLP into the coalition called Unity. I was away, but my support was sought. I videotaped an endorsement which was played at the launch. I still support Unity. However, I pose the question, what is unity? Unity is a voluntary partnership of three political parties: the CCM, the PLP, and PAM. Therefore, unity must mean CCM. Unity must mean PAM. Unity must mean PLP. It must never mean that PAM can't be PAM. Never. No, no, no. The cabinet in this partnership has done good, a lot of good for the country. We in PAM will never stop working to make our party stronger and to better serve our people. For about 4 years now, our distinguished leader, Mr. Honorable Sean Richards, has been telling anybody who wants to listen that PAM is working to make itself stronger. Yet some seem to be upset that PAM is on the move. Well, it comes like they forget that PAM is a movement of people taking action. We have a leader in the Honorable Sean Richards who understands that we must always strive to make our party better and stronger. He held the fort, strong and fearless, when he stood alone in opposition in Parliament. And yes, he has the balls to take PAM forward from strength to strength. He also has the financial training, qualifications, and experience to manage the finances of the country efficiently, prudently, and transparently, for the benefit of all the people of the Federation. PAM people, this is the time to stand together in strength with our leader, the Honorable Sean K. Richards. He has the trust and loyalty which is ingrained in PAM. He remains committed to the ideal of unity and to the partnership which is unity. But his vision for a future unity is one that says, when my partner is in need, it means all of us have a duty to help him. In time, right time, Sean will lead his party and this country into a new direction of growth and prosperity that is real to all citizens, no matter if they live in Cox or in Fig Tree. I am confident that Pam and Sean, as our leader, would be a true friend to our partners, just as my administration was with Mr. Sim Daniel. When in 1984 we won 6 seats in Parliament, we were capable of forming the government on our own. But that is not the PAM way. We do not abandon our friends. PAM's loyalty has been proved over and over. Our word is our bond.
Believe in a loyalty.
2 days before today's convention, someone called me and told me, I have always supported PAM, but quietly on the sidelines. But in view of all that's going on now, I believe it is time for every PAM supporter to stand up and be counted. Continue. This is a person speaking. So for the first time in my life, I want to attend the convention. That person is here today and ready to stand with and for PAM. You know, sometimes people on the sidelines see a lot more than those in the middle of the fray. Take heed and be guided. And many of you out there who are listening and not here, take heed and be guided. Follow that example and stand up and be counted. This is not the time to be taking on personal grouses or irritating dissatisfactions. If there is trust and loyalty in unity, unity will be fine. I know there is trust and loyalty in PAM. Just maintain that trust and loyalty in PAM, and PAM will be fine. No, as I come to the end, you know I'm partial to Central Bastille, right? You know that, right? So let me remind the partners that John L. needs housing in Central Bastille. Land suitable for townhouses is available. All PAM colleagues, This for you. His need is your need. Go to bat for him and his constituents. Unity. Unity. Jonel needs housing for his constituents in Central Bastille. Support him. Get it done. Let his need be your commitment. Get it done. If Mark has a need over in Nevis, I say unity, get it done. His need is yours too. Believe in Allah. Just a few brief remarks, you see? So, members and friends of the People's Action Movement. PAM is a legacy passed down to you, nurtured by you, and made stronger over the past 57 years. Pass it on to succeeding generations stronger than you received it. All hands must be on deck. Take up your posts. Be ready for action. And in the meantime, keep PAM strong. We can trust a strong PAM in unity to remain loyal, to keep its fundamental premise, that of putting people first, and thus ensuring a more prosperous St. Kitts and Nevis for every man, woman, and child in our beloved federation. I thank you.
Everybody in this world got a special place called home. And everybody in this world got a place called home. Whether you're not in a foreign in the come, rep your area code. Check me area code, me rep me area code. Anywhere me go, you know me touch the road like this. Put up the road like this, like this. Put up the place like this, like this. Put up the stage like this, like this, like this, like this. Come rep your place, rep your flag, where you're from, who you are. The world is a stage, so showcase like a star. Little rock we begin and we come from far. Till we take it to the world, so I carry a scam. Till we roll, yeah, so we roll, yeah. And my mama said anytime we touch the road.
It is safe to say that Sir Kennedy brought down the blessings. Members and friends, it is always a pleasure to listen to our first Prime Minister as he teaches, reminds us, and educates us about our great party. For it is when we take a look back, we can truly and proudly say the party is keeping the promise. Sir Kennedy, we thank you, we love you, and we appreciate you. At this point, our members and friends who wish to pay their party dues can do so at the white tent in the back, and for those who have paid already, can visit the booth to take your picture, because you guys are looking very, very lovely. Take your picture and collect your cards. At this point, we move into our dynamic team, and I welcome Miss Marsha Phillip to do a brief introduction on our first speaker, Miss Natasha Gray-Brooks. Cheer her on, cheer her on.
Members and friends of the People's Action Movement, warriors from the East, I say good evening to all. Our generation are changing. Our people are changing. Our women are on the rise. Our women are empowering and encouraging all women to stand up for themselves. Coming from a community of different races, she accepts and fights for the benefits of all people. She's strong, she's courageous, she's motivating. She's always there to listen and analyze, no matter the age, gender, or race. She welcomes every soul. She's woman. She's number one. She's a people's person. She is honest. She is kind and true to her word. She was born and raised in the East Bastille, and she is People's Action Movement, PAM. So let us all stand to our feet as we welcome our woman of understanding, my representative, your representative, our representative for the East Bastille, Mistress Natasha Shani Gray Brown.
Strength of a woman. Strength of a woman. Woke up this morning, gotta put a scent of a woman.
Thank you, Marsha. I love you. I appreciate you. Coming after Sir Kennedy, I wonder if I can say, members and friends of the People's Action Movement. Let me try this one more time. Because it feels great to be a PAM. Members and friends of the People's Action Movement. I wish to adopt the protocol that has been so ably established. Save and except, I would like to recognize my political leader and my colleagues here on stage, the Honorable Sean Kenneth Richards, the Honorable John L. Powell, the Honorable Lindsay Fitzpatrick Grant, and the Honorable Eugene Hamilton. I know I am the lone female on this great team. As I am a newcomer, not to politics, but to candidacy, I am also the baby on the team. So my men are going to look after me. But for all who feel that I am an easy pushover, let me make it pellucidly clear. You are going to have to spend many more nights thinking of ways to outshine me. Because I, Natasha Shani Gray Brooks, is a force to be reckoned with.
Strength of a woman. Strength of a woman.
Don't take your eyes off of me. East Bastille, are you ready for me? Are you ready for better days? Yeah! Are you ready for the star from the east? Yeah! So forgive me, colleagues, when I address the gems of St. Kitts and Nevis. Those whose interests are number one for me will always remain number one. My warriors from the east. East Bastille Massive, let me hear you. It is an absolute honor and privilege for me to say this in my capacity as the next parliamentary representative of constituency number 1. That is my first promise to you. East Bastille,
I want you to listen to me and listen to me clearly. I need your help. We have to ensure that whenever the next general elections are called, you are going to help me to leave no stones unturned. So that when the supervisor of elections calls out the results for constituency number 1, it's grey books, grey books, grey books. Would you keep me that promise? I have to join my colleagues in Parliament. My political leader says, and in school they have taught us, that when you learn to count, you start from number 1. When you learn to count, you start from number 1. East Bastia, we missed the mark in 2020. But it is not happening again.
Better days are coming, change your ways. Don't let this moment pass you by and remain the same.
I will see to it that East Bastia must be counted. And so, we will put on our hats and we will put on our walking shoes and touch every single household, every alleyway. Hear from our people and let them know what we are about. Let them know what Natasha Gray Brooks is all about. Putting people first. If you got me covered, come forward. If you got me covered, come forward. If you got me covered, come forward.
Better days are coming, change your ways. Don't let this moment pass you by and remain the same. Better days are coming, change your ways. Don't let this moment pass you by and remain the same. Hey, what we gonna do now? There's no panorama. Hey, we can jump up and play back in the savannah. Better days are coming, change your ways. Don't let this moment pass you by and remain the same. Better days are coming.
Just like how you got me covered, I got you covered too. From a very early age, I have always promised to look out for others. I have lived by that motto, and I intend to continue to live by that motto. It has always been exhibited by my love for people and my love for East Bastia. Just look at some of the few things that I have done. The soup kitchen in East Bastia, the book club, community cleanups, 5 to Save a Life, bench installation, back to school, Christmas parties, donations to school, and there are a number of things that I have done that don't need to be mentioned here. My promise to myself to help others has been kept over the years. And there are many other ways that I have helped and will continue to help because it is all about selflessness. My promises are not made for style. I am serious about my promises. Over the past year and a half, East Bastia has been revitalized and re-energized. You have seen the resurgence of young PAMites in East Bastia. Give them a round of applause. You have seen an increase in social media presence. And we keep it current and up to date. A number of constituency activities have been happening over and over again. We have an active constituency group, and I want to take the time out to recognize my executive, Chair Lady Vanessa, Deputy Chair Kerrine, Secretary Latisha, Treasurer Phyllis, Assistant Secretary Treasurer Laurencia, PRO Rodell, Faith, the Young Palmites Rep, Dr. Richardson, Marvin and Dave, our floor members. They have kept their promise to me and they have sacrificed their time and energy, and I want to publicly thank you. Take a bow. I have seen the level of commitment and the promises that my leader and my other colleagues have kept, not just to the supporters, not just to the People's Action Movement, but to the Great Federation. We look at housing opportunities, job opportunities, better infrastructure, relief to households to the PAP, and they have provided relief to persons who needed repairs to their roof because they sit in cabinets and make these decisions for us and on behalf of us. There are a number of promises that they have kept, and I want to join them in continuing to keep the promises of the good people of our great federation. And so I have some promises that I would like to keep. I would like to see entrepreneurship grow in East Bastille because we are a close-knit community and our strengths can be seen in our people. And very soon I will be unveiling how I intend to see that happen. I would wish for it to happen even before I'm elected. And if it doesn't happen before then, I would do all that I can do to rally the cause of our people. I would also like to see stronger families built in East Bastille. Many people in East Bastille were not fortunate to have safe homes where they felt loved and nurtured. And I want to present the opportunity for them to ensure that their families are stronger and they live better for a safer East Bastille. Additionally, I would also wish to create a platform to showcase our skills and talents in East Bastille as we are a diverse people. And so, I can't do all these things in opposition. And so, I want your help. I am begging for your help, East Bastille. Persons in East Bastille would be the beneficiaries of the promises that I have made in the future. I can only be part of the decision-making process if I am in government. I am restricted if I am not on the inside. Help me to help you so I can fulfill my promises. One gentleman told me that I was handpicked. And when I heard that, I thought he meant like handpicked by the leader or somebody. He said, no, you were handpicked by God for victory, Minister of this lovely federation. I am coming with you. I will do what is required of me to bring my contribution to the table, so that I can represent the good people of East Bastille. East Bastille, I'm talking to you again. Cabinet needs me. I need to make decisions on your behalf. We must have that voice at the table. We must have better days. Do not allow anyone or anything to detract you from our goal. Focus. Spread the good news of the People's Action Movement. Spread the good news of the star that is on the horizon. Spread the good news that better days are coming.
Spread the good news that East Bastia wants Natasha Shani Gray Brooks. East Bastia need me, and I need you. The country needs you. The country needs me, because with me, better days must come. Thank you.
Better days are coming, change your ways. Don't let this moment pass you by and remain the same. Better days are coming.
Members and friends, a woman is coming on a PAM ticket. A woman is coming on a PAM ticket, and I am proud. I now call on Ms. Deandra Carey to introduce the Honorable John L. Powell.
Madam Chair, please allow me to adopt the protocol that you have already so ably established. Members and friends of the People's Action Movement, good afternoon. The next speaker to bring greetings is young, dynamic, and poised for a time such as this. Not only is he the representative for constituency 2, but he is also the chairman of the People's Action Movement. In only 21 months as Minister of Education, Youth Empowerment, Sports and Culture, he has seen many projects come to fruition. He has been vibrant and present in his constituency and assiduous in his portfolios. Lest we forget that during the pandemic, while many schools across the Caribbean were unable to open, the minister ably guided schools here not only to open, but to remain so, even in the face of unspeakable uncertainty. Additionally, we were able to host CPL and our sweet, sweet sugar mass. I know that you can agree, undoubtedly, the Honorable Minister is exactly who PAM needs and exactly who Central Bastia needs for a time such as this. It brings me great pleasure, and I would like you to help me welcome to the podium my representative, my minister, the one who has all of our backs in Central Bastia, the Honorable John L. Powell.
So we make to them there. Good friend better than pocket money. We believe in a loyalty. So we make to them there. Good friend better than pocket money. We believe in a loyalty. I take this one on me back. Get them on me back. I take me clan on me back. Get them on me back. I take me.
Members and friends of the People's Action Movement, good afternoon. Madam Chair, while I adopt the protocol established, I must recognize my colleagues on the stage, our political leader, Sean Richards, our deputy leaders, Eugene Hamilton and Lindsey Grant, the newest member to the team, Natasha Shani Gray Brooks. I cannot forget from the PLP, Timothy Harris and Akila Byron, and from the CCM, Mark Brantley, Alexis Jeffers, and I see Latoya Jones is with us in the crowd. You like my shoes? You must be wondering why everybody else has on black and I have on blue. Well, I had to put on some blue to represent for CCM, and if you check, the socks are orange for PLP. Central Bastia, make some noise! What a convention, PAM sweet, sweet, sweet. I am going to start off by telling you what I'm not going to talk about. I'm not here to talk about prime ministership and who's going to be prime minister. In 2020, I pledged my support to the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris to be the Prime Minister of this country. And I did so because I promised you, the people, that I would do that. And I promised my team that I would do that. And I do not regret it at all. And whenever the time comes for me to pledge my support again, you know where my support going. So, I ain't come here to talk about no prime ministership. It is far too early to have any discussion on a prime ministership, because to talk about that, you have to win an election. And in order to win an election, you must keep the promises that you made to the people of this country over the course of this term. And you know, there's a lot of people have a lot of things to say. But as you just heard, it has only been 21 months. And I am not prepared to have to worry about no elections after 21 months. But if and when it comes, already, you know. I hear some people on Freedom FM the other day say they hear the parliament can dissolve tomorrow, Monday. I don't know where they get that from. But if it was to happen, already. And Central Bastille is ready. "21 months. And, you know, you hear people talking, and sometimes people act as though I was in here in the first term. You know, you see a journal in here for 5 years already. And I know Keela has the same thing. It has been 21 months. And it has been a very interesting 21 months. And in reflection, I went back to the promises that I made to the people of Central Bastille. On the 21st of May, 2020, just a few weeks before the last election, I published 11 promises to the people of Central Bastille should they elect me, which they did, overwhelmingly. And I'm going to run through them quickly, 21 months. Number one, upgrade to the Irish Town Primary School. Well, the framework for the buildings have been ordered to fit the school, and construction begins in June when school is out. So I'm going to take that one. Promise made, promise kept. Number two, advocating for an amnesty for all Caribbean nationals. I have had this conversation with no less than the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security. So I'm going to take that one. Promise made, promise kept. Renovating the Gardens Sporting Complex. Well, everybody could see down there fixed up and looking good. Promise made, promise kept. Number four, continuing to keep our streets safe for all constituents. And as a member of this Team Unity administration, I continue to support all of those efforts that have maintained a very low rate of crime, the lowest that we've seen in decades. And so, promise made, promise kept. Introduction of an after-school sporting program for young people. Just recently, we would have resurrected the Caribbean Len Harris Cricket Academy, which does just that. Despite the restrictions by COVID, we have been able to start that. And so, promise made. You are keeping count. Where each? Okay, good. Upgrading the public market. And thanks to efforts by my good friend and colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, Alexis Jeffers, you would see the upgrades that have been made to the public market thus far, and we have much more to make. Promise made, promise kept. Introduction of a brand new leisure park and community center. Well, we haven't gotten there yet, but I must thank the Taiwanese, the Embassy of the Republic of China on Taiwan, for their commitment to not just rebuild the family park at New Road, but to make it safer and more enjoyable for the families and children, not just in that area, but for across the whole of St. Kitts. And so we're going to work on that one. Number 8. Number 8 is helping the youth to prepare to start their own businesses with a central center of innovation to mentor young people. And so I've not gotten to do that one yet, but I could tell you at the end of this month, I will be hosting the first of a number of forums for young entrepreneurs. And I know with the help of Akila Byron Nisbet, we are going to create those opportunities for our young people. Number 9, construction of bigger and better homes for the constituents. Well, Dr. Simmons has made the plea for me, and Jean heard and made sure I nudge him, and so we're going to get to that very shortly. Number 10, construction of a new boardwalk across the Bay Road of Irish Town. We haven't done yet. You can't build a Bay Road in 21 months, but I have plans on my desk already. I've seen it, and we're going to get to it. And number 11 is the football facility in Pine Gardens, which, as you know, we've already identified the land and we're in the process of clearing it to start construction. And so out of 11 promises, I have delivered in 21 months on 6 of them. 11 promises which I gave to the people of Central Bastia that I would do over a course of 5 years. But in less than 2 years, I've done more than half of them. And so that is what you call keeping the promise. That is what you call proper representation. And I pledge here today to continue to not just fulfill the other 5, but to go above and beyond. And when I'm talking about that, I made a promise, not knowing what ministerial portfolios I would get, to do my best in those capacities. And so I can stand here proudly and boast that just 3 weeks ago, in a CARICOM meeting of education ministers, St. Kitts and Nevis was singled out as the leader in the Caribbean when it came to the management of our educational sector in the face of COVID-19. And I was humbled to be singled out for leading that effort and for sharing what we were doing with my colleagues across the region, some of whom actually admitted that they just took our protocols and changed the name from St. Kitts and put on the island and ran with it. And that was how they got to where they are today. And so I must thank people like P.S. Hodge, people like Stacey Gums, Dr. Esdale, Francil Morris, and all of those others who have been working tirelessly to ensure that not just the young people, the students of Central Bastia, but the students of St. Kitts and Nevis continue to get an education even despite the COVID-19 pandemic. You heard about CPL, $8.9 million pumped directly into this economy in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic because of CPL being hosted here in August and September of last year in its entirety. $8.9 million. And you know what that meant? It meant people got jobs, whether it was cleaners, drivers, groundsmen, caterers, and it continues. Money is going directly into the pockets of people in Central Bastia and across this island of St. Kitts and Nevis. In January, ICC's Under-19 Cricket World Cup, again, another direct investment of some $2+ million by ICC alone. That is what you call keeping the promise to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis and ensuring that you continue to get opportunities. And well, we had Sugar Mass, you know. We had it in 2020 and we had it in 2021, bigger and better. Imagine in 2021, Miss St. Kitts grossed the most money than it ever has in the history of this country. That is what you call performance. And so I have to thank people like P.S. Sider, people like Charles Morton, the Director of Sport, people like Shannon Hawley, Marissa Hobson, all of those others who work effortlessly to ensure that all of these things come off to the benefit of you, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. But I want to say something to those who are not necessarily here today. I want to speak to those people who don't necessarily call in on the radio, who might not put on the PAM and the PLP and the CCM shirts. To all of those people who took a chance on us. To those persons who, in the face of the adversity of the Douglas Labour Party, took a stand for the people of this country and took a stand with us. You put yourselves out there at risk, and I understand that and I appreciate that. And I'm here to make another promise to you today, that John L. Powell and the People's Action Movement, and by extension Team Unity, will not leave you hanging. We will continue to protect you and to be there for you. It ain't everybody that put on a political shirt vote for us. We have to remember that, and we have to protect them as well. And so I reaffirm my commitment to this great party, the People's Action Movement. I reaffirm my commitment to Team Unity, and I pledge to continue to keep the promises that I made. I don't care who they send in Central Bastia, Central Lock. I don't care who they send. I don't care who fighting over candidacy. I don't care who got a bunch of degrees that they're trying to finish. When you finish school, come talk to me. I don't care who come in trying to offer jobs to come and register. John L. Powell has Central Bastia's back, and Central Bastia has mine. Before I go, I want to invite Lindsey Grant to come forward. And all I'm going to say, I stand with Grant. At the end of the day, folks, I's a PAM. Sean is my leader, and me ain't changing. And so as we leave here today, I want us to understand it ain't about who holds the O. It is about who casts the X's. God bless the People's Action Movement. God bless Team Unity. God bless the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you.
Members and friends, you heard it from JP2. PAM sweet, sweet. Say it with me. PAM sweet, sweet. PAM nice, nice. PAM sweet, sweet. PAM nice, nice. And Jonelle, as you were making your presentation, I got a message from your girl Cutie to say that she is watching. Cutie, we love you and we miss you here at our PAM convention. Big up Cutie indeed. I now call on Giovanni Keynes to introduce the Honorable Lindsey Grant. We are my grant for sure, people. We are my grant for sure, people. Send a message and send it clear. Send that message and send it clear.
Members and friends of the People's Action Movement, let me introduce to you a man who has given his life to the people of constituency number 4. This man has been fighting for the people of constituency 4 for almost 20 years, whether in parliament or outside.
In 2015, he was elected by the people of Constituency 4 and became the Minister of Tourism. He continues to provide a breakfast program for the school children of his area, after-school programs, scholarships, and book supplies. Under his leadership, tourism grew by leaps and bounds over millions of cruise passengers in 1 year. In 2020, Mr. Grant was re-elected by the people of number 4 and did something no other candidate has ever done. He won in every single box. Mr. 351, we call him. But the region knows him as the best tourism minister. Help me welcome the best tourism minister, Honorable Lindsay Fitzpatrick Grant.
Members, friends, supporters of the People's Action Movement, good afternoon. Well, convention, sweet, sweet. Convention, nice, nice. I want to this afternoon to adopt the protocol that has already gone before me. But I would like to recognize the Prime Minister, Dr. Harris, the Premier of Nevis, Mark Brantley. I would like to recognize our political leader, my political leader, the Honorable Sean K. Richards. And I would also like to recognize Sir Kennedy Alphonse Simmons and Lady Simmons, and also to recognize Mrs. Brantley. This convention this afternoon is a special convention. This convention this afternoon is not special because of the number of years of 57. This convention this afternoon is special because PAM is riled up and ready to go. I have not seen our party riled up so for a convention in a number of years. I thought Sandy Point was big and better. But Eugene Hamilton in constituency number 8 is very great, and we're going to roll it down here in St. Mary's Park in Cayon. We have witnessed so much hype over the last week. You would think we are in the political campaign mode. I don't know, but maybe we are. But nobody tell me yet. But I want to say to you this afternoon, whether it is tomorrow, whether it is next week, whether it is next month, PAM is ready to go. I want you to listen carefully to what I'm going to say this afternoon, because I've always said that unity is the best thing for the country. It's the best thing the country can have. But there must be a sense of purpose, and one that is fear. There must be a sense of purpose, and there must be one that is fear. And fear for all concerned, not for fear for just some. Fear for all concerned. must be equity in the system. Whether you are in Sandy Point or you are in Molyneux, it must be fair. Whether you're down in Cox or in Challengers, it must be fair. Whether you're in Mansion or in Cayon, the system must be fair. For it to work, we're talking about equity in the system. I'm talking about equity, not equality. Equity in the system. And our first Prime Minister touched on it this afternoon quite eloquently. Much better than I can ever dream to speak it this afternoon. And what he said was very important this afternoon. Because he says, if anyone is in need, your partner needs to help and fill that need and that void. That is what unity is about. That is what it's about. And I'm going to come to something later. But I want to say to you this afternoon, for the good people of number 4 who stand and who rally and who champion the cause for number 4, our God bless you. I thank you. I have promised that we're going on to the theme, keeping the promise. Because I made some promises in constituency number 4. I promised there's some roads down in constituency number 4, and have I delivered on them? Well, what I want to tell you this afternoon, as we stand here in St. Mary's Park, I delivered roads in Halfway Tree. I delivered roads in Godwin Guts. I delivered roads in Virtues, and I'm going to deliver some roads in Challengers. You see, the good people of number 4, you gave me something that you gave no other candidate from any political party in this country. And what did you give me? You gave me the most votes ever in any constituency 4 election, 351 votes. Champion, 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 champion. And you also gave me something else. Because in polling Division 1, I banged them. In polling Division 2, I banged them. In polling Division 3, I banged them. In 4, I banged them. In 5, I banged them. In every single box, I banged them. Never been done before. Champion, 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 champion. So I want to tell you, no politics can play on the social media. No politics can play on the airwaves. The politics is on the ground in constituency number 4, where they can root them up again. I'm born ready, 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 ready for the action. Lord, ring the bell tomorrow now. Ring the bell already. I want to say to you this afternoon again, I promised them lighting on the Virtues playing field, which is now the Samuel Williams playing field. And what have I done? The best set of lighting in any sporting facility in St. Kitts and Nevis is down Virtues. Promise kept, promise made, promise kept to the people of number 4. I promise houses. I promise houses to the people of number 4. And you realize me ain't talking nothing about tourism. Me ain't talking nothing about ports. I talking my constituency, number 4. That is what I talking. I promise them. I promise them. And I delivered for them. And that is why when the election is called again, it ain't gonna be Harris here, it's gonna be grand for sure in number 4. We must win. But I want to say to you, sometimes when we promise, we fall short. Sometimes when we promise, we fall short. And I believe we have not lived up to your expectations in some regard. We have not lived up to your expectations in some regard. I don't believe we have lived up to your expectation when it comes to land distribution in the country. We got to fix that. I don't believe we have lived up to your expectation when it comes to about the distribution on the STEP program. We have to fix that. I don't believe we have lived up to your expectation when it comes to the poverty alleviation program and its distribution. We got to fix that one deal. I don't believe we lived up to your expectation of how we distribute funds under the CBI program to Nevis, which is our critical partner, the CCM. I don't believe we have been fair with housing distribution in this country, and we got to fix that again too. And so this afternoon at this convention is a convention to reflect, to think. Somebody said to talk the truth, talk the truth, talk the truth. Yeah. I tell you, like I rail up in here today. And I'm glad to see my political leader just coming up the steps. Because I've said to my political leader on several occasions, my loyalty to you cannot be checked. My loyalty to you is 150%. Because next election, my loyalty is to rally around the People's Action Movement and Sean K. Richards. And nobody mistake what I'm saying, because people like to mistake what you're saying. Charity begins where? Charity begins where? Charity begins where? So I am right home in the People's Action Movement. This afternoon, it is not only the programs that are funded by the government. You see, I have run a breakfast program with volunteers of mine single-handedly out of my pocket. Single-handedly out of my pocket. I didn't go to the Prime Minister and tell him, give me the O. I single-handedly out of my pocket. And so for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, over 200 students between Virchilds High and the Tyrrell Williams Primary School get the benefit of having a hot breakfast at morning before they go to school. So this afternoon, I want to thank the several volunteers who come day after day, day after day. And if you know the history of the program, that program started out in my kitchen at 4 o'clock in the morning, where my wife will get me up at 4 o'clock in the morning to start to prepare breakfast for 25 children. When it got to 50 and 75, I tell her, Lord, you're going to kill me. Let me get somebody else. I can't get up every 4 o'clock in the morning, so I got a bunch of volunteers who come now tirelessly to help. That is what you call commitment. That is what you call loyalty to the People's Action Movement.
We gotta say thank you, thank you.
I I have come this far by faith. I have come this far by faith. Since 2000, I've been fighting the might of Denzel Douglas as its highest, and me ain't gone nowhere yet. And this is 2022, and I ain't going anywhere either. You see, give me a little quiet here on this one because I want you to understand what I'm saying. So I'm going to slow down the tempo a bit. You see, in 2000, I was a young lawyer, just coming out of university, young family, young profession, just starting out. And in 2000, the People's Action Movement, by its wisdom, decided that they wanted me to be the political leader of the People's Action Movement. All Jackman was running from it because at that time Denzel Douglas was at his heights. We had no seats. And I said, I, Lindsay Fitzpatrick Grant, will take on the might of Denzel Douglas and the Labour Party. And I took on Denzel Douglas and the might of the Labour Party so that we can be here today, 57 years later. So we would not falter, we would not crumble. I have been to the mountaintop and I've also been in the valley. But at every step of the way, whether it is on the mountaintop or in the valley, I am here solid as a rock. Solid as a rock. And so, my message is clear. For those who want to fight me down, let them continue to fight me down. But one thing I will say this afternoon, I am not even going around the bush. But one thing I will say to you this afternoon, I never hit one woman in my life, much less WPC House. None. I stand firm. I stand firm. I stand resolute. Because on the Labour I got 24 charges and not one of them stick. Not one of them stick. So I'm telling you this afternoon, I know you're praying for me. I know you're behind me. But what I want to tell you, God is also on my side. Because God will be my judge. Whether it is today or tomorrow, whenever, God will be my judge. I have had to face giant challenges. Giant challenges I've had to face, including COVID. But like David in the Bible, I know that with God at my side, I will continue to overcome. With God at my side, I will continue to overcome. All the obstacles that are in front of me, because I am telling you, I am serving my constituency number 4, to the best of my ability, and I will continue to do so. With every blood in my body, I will fight for constituency 4. I want to see you come right up front here and rally. With every blood that I have in my body, I am going to fight for you. So as I close this afternoon, at this mammoth convention, this sweet convention, this nice convention, just remember, Grant for sure in number 4, Grant for sure in number 4, Grant for sure, and we're number 4. Can't touch us. How you feeling? Everybody all right?
and nice so y'all get some energy for work tomorrow. Only KFC do it so good.
Pam sweet, sweet. Pam sweet, sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, Pam nice, nice. Take out the phone and blast on social media. Pam nice, nice. When they ask you what happened in convention yesterday, tell them Pam nice, nice. Tell them Pam sweet, sweet. When they come to look news, tell them Pam nice, nice. Pam sweet, sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel that the Honorable Grant is trying to give me competition for licks in number 5. It looks like we're going to have to triple up with licks in number 5 because number 4 is sharing a lot of licks and they are sticking by their minister. And I'm telling you today, stick and stay and stand by your minister because Pam sweet, sweet. Right, Gloria? Moving right along. I now call on Latrell Billinghurst and L'Oreal Billinghurst to introduce Honorable Eugene Hamilton.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May I adopt the protocol that has been established. Welcome to Green Valley.
The Honorable Eugene A. Hamilton is very well known to us. A teacher for 5 years, a banker for 3 years, an insurance representative for 32 years, and is our very own, the elected representative for constituency number 8 for the past 12 years.
A former captain of cricket and football teams, played outside, left for Keyon football team for over 10 years. Tutor of the art of ballroom dancing, and once described by his villagers as the best driver for Green Valley ever to sit behind a wheel of a vehicle.
He has fathered 4 children and has been married for over 25 years.
That having been said, it is to his journey as a community man, involvement in politics at an early age, a politician, and impact as a parliamentary representative that I draw your attention as I introduce Honorable Eugene Alistair Hamilton to the podium.
Mr. Hamilton was successfully in the election of 2010 and served as a member of the opposition from 2010 to 2015. He gave the Honorable Sean Richards the well-needed support as he was the Lone Ranger in the House of Parliament for a very long time.
So as early as 2010, Honorable Hamilton made a number of promises to better the lives of citizens of constituency number 8 and by extension, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis.
For this reason, Honorable Hamilton was re-elected again in 2015 and delivered on many of his promises to you, the members of constituency number 8, earning the name Mr. Impact. So it was easy for you, the constituents of number 8, to return him to work on your behalf in 2020.
He is indeed a transformational leader who has worked for the greatest good for the greatest number of people. His success of representative has been summed up this way.
One who has contributed to the peace and security that we all enjoy.
One who has brought opportunity for all in our society through housing, jobs, and business development.
One who breeds hope, unity, inclusion, integrity, and thrift in every discourse and endeavor.
One who is a servant leader for over 25 years.
Members and friends of the People's Action Movement, please help me to welcome to the podium the Honorable Eugene Hamilton.
Eugene Hamilton.
If you take a look around number 8, there has been so many housing solutions today. Talking about people empowerment, Hamilton is the one that the angels sent. Support for adults, support for the youth. It has been amazing to tell you the truth. So if you really want true representation, it must always be Eugene Hamilton. Yes. Did I go that day? It has been a great challenge.
Members and friends of the People's Action Movement, good afternoon. Family, good afternoon as well. Madam Chairperson, with your leave, I want to adopt the protocol, save and accept, of course, to acknowledge the presence of Prime Minister Harris and Minister Akita Byron, and of course our guest speaker Mark Brantley and Mrs. Brantley from Nevis, and so too is Minister Jeffers from Nevis. My colleagues on stage, my leader Sean Kenneth Richards, who I soon will be calling Dr. Sean Kenneth Richards, right? Of course, Chairman John L. Powell, Lindsey Grant, our, I think last year they coined him as what? The best tourism minister in the region. And of course, the lone woman among the thorns, Shani Gray. There are other cabinet colleagues here who I welcome, all of the officials. I do also welcome and thank you for being here. Family, good afternoon. My first task is to welcome you to the Green Valley. This place has been called MOB, Man and the Biosphere, because UNESCO has accredited this place as one of the areas to be protected. And so, when you come to this area, you hear about the biosphere. Primarily because in Keys, we have to protect the turtles. That's one. And so I welcome you to this place called Green Valley. Last year, the Honorable Sean Richards described his hometown as the town of Sandy Point. And so we have moved from the town of Sandy Point to the town of Keyon. Don't take my word for it. Just go to Wikipedia and you will see Keyon is a town on the northeast coast of St. Kitts in the Caribbean. It is the capital of St. Mary's Parish. So when I say welcome to the town of Keyon, you know that you're on good ground because it ain't Eugene alone, Hamilton saying so. But I want to pause for a moment and have some peace and quiet. Because since we were in Sandy Point last, many souls have gone to the great beyond. And already for 2022, we have many, many other souls that have gone to the great beyond. So will you just pause for 1 minute of silence as we reverence those who have gone to the great beyond. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The theme for this convention is keeping the promise. At first blush, I must tell you, I questioned the theme. I'm saying that for my political leader now, I never told him before. But as time went on, it grew on me. And it is a real apt, appropriate theme, keeping the promise. I love it, actually. Having thought about it, keeping the promise is an appropriate theme. And I have kept the promise. And the reason why I want to speak about this promise is because recently I have seen publications about me joining PLP. You all see too? And I have seen people questioning my loyalty. So that's where I start there. I want to tell you some things about PAM if you don't know, which all of you supposed to know. And it will take me back to 1960 to be able to tell you where my heart is, where my soul is, where my loyalty is, and where my promise is. In 1960, on the 14th day of December, Resolution 1514 by the United Nations Council indicated that all states that were then under colonization should go to independence. I wonder if I could find it on my phone. Yes, here it is. The resolution has about 13 recitals and it has 7 prayers. And prayer number 5 reads thus: immediate steps shall be taken in trust and non-self-governing territories or all their territories which have not yet attained independence, to transfer all powers to the peoples of those territories without any conditions or reservations, in accordance with their freely expressed will and desire, without any distinction to race, creed, or color, in order to enable them to enjoy complete independence. You understand that? We were supposed to go to complete independence. That's what that resolution said. Complete independence. Immediate steps. Those were the words used in that prayer number 5. But yet, though that was 1960 December the 14th, it was not until 1967 February the 16th that our little 8, so to speak, were given the opportunity to go towards not independence, not even as WISA, but in association with Britain, which means you govern your internal affairs, Britain govern your defense and your foreign affairs. We did not go to independence immediately as that resolution said. But you know what? This is history for you. St. Kitts and Nevis and Anguilla were one. St. Kitts, Nevis, Anguilla and Antigua Barbuda were the first 2 countries to go towards statehood, what we call in association with Britain. 11 days after the act was passed in Britain, on the 27th day of February. And I can tell you something you may not know. The reason that we went on the 27th day of February is because Fitzroy Bryant's birthday was the 27th of February. And Fitzroy Bryant's mother was from Antigua. And he was down here, and she was in high connection, in high places. And so both Antigua and St. Kitts Nevis and Anguilla went to statehood on the same day, 11 days after the act was passed. And you know what happened? I'm telling you this to tell you where my loyalty lies. How I got involved in this thing. How I got involved in this thing. Because, you see, Anguilla did not like it. Wanted no part of it. And we know that in the same 1967, something happened in St. Kitts. Up to now, I can't understand it. It boggled my mind, my 13-year-old mind. How come you have a rebellion and nobody gets shot? Sound like somebody make up something. That's how it sounded to me. I couldn't understand it. And I said, wait a minute. Then after somebody got shot, nobody got shot. There were trials of people all in PAM. They were trying to see if they could send them to jail. And they will shine up the gallows. And so they're shining it up to cut off people's neck. And they were pouring water hose down people in the jail, naked as the born. As a young 13-year-old, I made up my mind. I can't join that government. That's how I got involved with PAM. Because I saw the government then as a government that no young person should join. That's how I got involved with PAM. And to add insult to injury, what happened afterwards was that when they were freed by the court, they locked them back up. The court freed them today, they locked them back up before they even reach out the courthouse properly. And that influenced my mind as a young person. And what was worse, during that very period, about a year later, there was a man named Jones, a headmaster. He used to provide the service of the Bastia High School for what you call Christmas activities. And because he provided the school for Christmas activities and the government didn't like it, the government fired him. And I was in school, and I took objection to that. Those are the two things, catalysts, if you will, that made me say, I'm not joining that government. I can't be part of a Labour government behaving like that. You know what was worse? My teacher, who was part of the teachers who was going to strike because Jones got fired. I see the people who of the union come and break the strike. My young mind couldn't understand that. Those things influenced me. Those are not people that you join. So it was easy for me to recognize that there is something different than Labour at the time in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And that is how I got my first start. That is over 50 years ago. And I'm still here, 50 years after. You know what is more? Maybe I should tell you this too, because maybe all I know. In 1957, two fellows from Nevis got elected. One named Walwyn, another one named Nichols. The two of them were elected in 1957. And then, when the Legislative Council convened, the government of the day put something in the legislation to increase what you call the surcharge tax on cotton by 500% because they didn't like how the Nevis people vote. And the two divisions said they're not voting for that. And that government passed a resolution and kicked them out of the Legislative Council. They were out there, couldn't go back in the Legislative Council until Bracha went to the West Indies Federation. That is what happened. Then the administrator, not Governor General in those days, put him back in office, put them back in Legislative Council. So I had early influences that told me where my loyalty should be, and I've stuck with those ever since. And I'm not saying that Labour hasn't gone through transformation. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying those early influences what shaped my mind about who I should support. I remember that it was in 1980 that I did my first vote for PAM. I didn't get to vote in 1975. Why? Because in those days you only had 1 day to register. And if you don't reach by the place to register by 6 o'clock, or even if you do any place reach 6 o'clock, you can't register again until the next year. So in 1975, I did not vote. Cayon was a strong labor hole. Cayon was so labor that Bradshaw ran here in Cayon unopposed. Not a soul ran against Bradshaw in this constituency here. That's how labor this place was. So when 1980 came, recognizing that we needed change, and I can tell you this, I must tell you this. I have to tell you this. I have to tell you this. Because you see, Labour was there for 28 years, and there came a falling out. You hear what I say? There came a falling out between Limu and Southwell, and the government changed. He who has ears to hear, listen well. There came a falling out and the government changed. So I was there in 1980 and I marshaled forces. That time a young man. I young and I springy. I could do everything. Somebody say what? I was the best driver. That's true too. You know? And we marshaled the forces long before Sidney Morris came home. And I recall that night at the polling count, we lost the first box. Sidney Morris lost that box. But when Bryant realized how close Sidney Morris had come, he called him and said, I lose the election. After the first box, we were able to tell you 250 votes in this box, you ain't gonna get no less than 250, you may get 251. That's how good we were in those days. PAM people, you all have lost it. You all better get to know who are on your voters list. And marshal those forces if you want to win elections and leave the Labour Party out there. If you want to contribute to team unity, win your elections. So, I've told you that backdrop to tell you where I have come from. And I have kept my promise. I have kept my promise to the People's Action Movement for over 50 years. I have kept my promise to my constituents since I became an elected representative. I have kept my promise to the nation as a member of the parliament. I have kept my promise to my God with his help. So, I know where my loyalty is. I know whom I support. But today, I verily believe, and I may have been the first in PAM to believe that it was better to be in unity with other parties to form the government and get rid of Douglas. And you know, I remember Simmons, I remember a quote from Simmons, which I want to commend to everyone here, especially your foot soldiers in PAM and PLP, who are doing all kind of corrosive things. The sum total, he said, of our individual efforts working together is far greater than our individual efforts working alone. Is here, so and I ain't forget. I don't even know if you remember he said, but I hear you say so. And I held on to that. I still got it in me. I can't even forget the words. Even in my sleep, I could say it. The sum total of our individual efforts working together is far greater than our individual efforts working alone. And that statement reminds me of Sir John Compton. John Compton came to St. Kitts to a PAM convention. And the message I took away from that convention still stuck in my brain. John Compton said, building a country is like filling a bathtub with a teaspoon. Every day you go carry a teaspoon, filling up the bath, a teaspoon of development. And when the bath pan nearly full to the brim, some damn fool come and kick it over. Well, John Compton is right. And it is a message to all of us today that there should be no opportunity for any fool to kick over the bath pan, because the last 7 years on the Team Unity has brought tremendous development to the country of Nevis. Thank you for Nevis. And yes, after all, yes, there will be a change in the head of the cornerstone at some point. Maybe next time. Well, next time. Just listen to the message. There will be a change in the head of the cornerstone. It can change from time to time. That's what will happen. But in the words of John Compton, don't let no damn fool come and kick over the bathtub. I have kept the promise. And I continue to keep the promise. And I will want to keep my promises going forward. And if I can't get them kept this term, watch me, I put on my guns. Again. I want to make sure, let me remind I heard Dr. Simmons, when he talk about the housing in Central Bastia. I'll make a little joke about that now. And then he followed up by Jonel. Jonel nudged me and then tell me about this thing to do with Central Bastia and housing. And I hear Lindsay too. I heard him, my colleagues. But truth be told, this Team Unity administration, this housing minister has built more homes in St. Kitts in the 7 years than any other time before. It's over 500 houses I done built since I'm minister. And let me tell you something. Yes, we need more because the demand is great. Yes. And we will address it. But don't take your eye off it, because my constituency got the most. I ain't ashamed to tell nobody that. I get 126. Well, after all, I'm the minister. You want to go ahead of me? Then after that, come Jonel, since I in, 70-something, and Lindsay, 70-something. Then who? Then I think it's Dr. Harris. Then Sean. Sean, the leader, and he ain't arguing, because Sean know that while I'm there, his will be delivered in the next couple of years. I want to keep that promise. I want to keep that promise because over here to my right, there's a gut called Cunningham Gut. It is in terrible conditions. And my government has got to respond, no. You hear what I say? No. I ain't washing the dirty linens in public. I'm just telling you. I just want to keep my promise. And so we will work on that. So I'm calling on my leader, Minister of Public Infrastructure, and the Minister of Finance, because he got the O. All you hear about O, he got the O still. That we will get that gut. I don't want my people's house to fall over the gut. I want to keep that promise. I want to make sure that Ison Wharton, a man who ran for Labour in your constituency, Dr. Harris, win down there and hear from there for Labour, and did a lot of work in Keyon, had the first reading school, teach people in Keyon to read. Something has got to be done in his honor, and I will make sure that that is done. I'll keep my promise to get that done. And Upper K-On youngsters, I know you've been waiting long. You have the field, you have the play field. And then I'm going to focus on getting you that basketball court that you so long wanted. That's the promise that I want to keep. And in this K-On and in St. Peter's, we must get the water problem solved. That's the promise that I want to keep. I want to keep that promise. And I want to complete that health center in St. Peter's as well. It's been stuck for the last 6 or more months. That is a promise I want to keep. I intend to keep my promise. And so I'm calling on my colleague in cabinet and to you, the people of this constituency, to be patient with me. Patient because in those last 7 years, we've got more done in this constituency than ever before. You see lights out there? This place is lighted up, you know. The second place in the country that got lights so people could play sports at night, right here in K-On. That's the promise. That's the promise. I am going to keep my promise. And so, I want to urge all of you who are here today, who came out to support the People's Action Movement, to know that in the People's Action Movement you have a team that dreams, a team that creates, a team that uses its imagination. And in the next few years, months and years, and in the next, after the next general election, we are going to see more ingenuity than ever before. And I said to you, my brothers and sisters, my friends, my family of PAM, choose hope over despair. Choose unity over division. Choose inclusion over exclusion. Choose servant leadership over dictatorship. Choose integrity over dishonesty. Choose the People's Action Movement in this constituency. And before I go, let me remind you, this constituency here, they call constituency number 8, has never, K-On proper, has never changed hands since 1980. Every year from 1980 to now, we always vote in PAM. When Morris ended with 700 and something votes. I have taken it to 1103. And with breath in my body, God give me breath, we will continue to make sure that the People's Action Movement stands tall in this constituency. Have no fear. Have no fear. Because the People's Action Movement, as part of Team Unity, is here to deliver all that we promised and all that you need for yourselves. Good night, and God bless you.
Members and friends, give it up for Mr. Impact. And I have noticed that most of our speakers are putting in requests. And I heard Mr. Hamilton, Honorable Hamilton, said that Sandy Point is last on the house list. So in my capacity as self-proclaimed mayor of Sandy Point, I am here to say that Sandy Point need houses as well, right? Sandy Point need houses as well. Moving right along, I now call on Miss Danielle Warner to introduce the sheriff, our featured speaker, our partner in Nevis. Let me see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Kindly allow me to adopt the protocols so ably established before, safe to recognize. Thank you. allow me to adopt the protocols so ably established before, safe to recognize my constituency representative and political leader, Honorable Sean K. Richards, our only living national hero, Dr. the Right Honorable Sir Kennedy A. Simmons, our deputy political leaders, Honorable Eugene Hamilton and Honorable Lindsey Grant, Party Chairman John L. Powell, and the PAM National Executive. Members and friends of the People's Action Movement, good evening. Our featured speaker was born on the 11th day of January, 1969. He's married with 2 daughters. Though born to humble beginnings, through hard work and the help of teachers at Chapel School and Prospect Primary, Charlestown Secondary and the Navy Sixth Form, he was able to attend the Kerrville campus of the University of the West Indies, where he read law and graduated with honors with a Bachelor of Laws degree in 1992. In 1994, he successfully completed the legal education certificate from the Norman Manley Law School in Jamaica. The guest speaker was awarded a Commonwealth Scholarship to study at Oxford University, where he graduated in 1995 with a Bachelor of Civil Law. Soon after completing his studies, he joined the law practice Daniel Brantley and Associates and became a highly successful attorney at law with an extensive practice in Nevis and the Eastern Caribbean. A favorite son of Nevis, public service beckoned and asked this young successful lawyer to put country above self and offer himself to serve the citizens of the parishes of St. John's and St. Paul's Nevis, the districts that constitute the constituency of Nevis 9. On Monday, 27th August 2007, our guest speaker was elected by the constituents of Nevis 9 and returned as parliamentary representative, a position he holds to today. Soon after he was sworn in as the representative for Nevis 9, the guest speaker was elevated to be leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition in the National Assembly. As leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, the guest speaker was the principal advocate for the people against a coercive and autocratic labor regime. As leader of the opposition from 2007 to 2015, the guest speaker held the labor ministers to account and challenged wayward actions of the labor government. He, in his name, led the charge in taking the Constituency Boundaries Commission to court when the Labour government attempted to manipulate the boundaries to Labour's advantage. Our guest speaker, in his name and in his representative capacity, filed a motion of no confidence in the then Prime Minister and the Labour administration. When this motion was not heard, he challenged the Labour Speaker of the National Assembly as unlawfully trampling the rights of the opposition representatives and the thousands of citizens they represent. The guest speaker is a key component of the unity construct, and he is part of the federal administration that took office in February 2015. In October 2017, the guest speaker accepted the mantle of leadership of the Concerned Citizens Movement from the then Premier of Nevis, Vance Amory. On 18th December 2017, the Concerned Citizens Movement won 4 of the 5 districts in the Nevis Island Assembly elections, and on 19th December, our guest speaker was sworn in as the 5th Premier of Nevis. Our guest speaker, leading from the front, promised to deliver for Team Unity, constituencies 9, 10, and 11 in the federal elections of 2020, and true to his word, strengthened unity with the addition of all 3 Nevis constituencies. Madam Chair, members and friends of the People's Action Movement, I present to you the man known for his blue Stetson and blue suede boots, the Sheriff of Brown Hill, political leader of the Great Concerned Citizens Movement, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Civil Aviation in the Federal Cabinet,
children. Come let me rally with CCM. Not one, not one, not one, not one, not one.
Ladies and gentlemen, members and friends of the People's Action Movement, it is an absolute pleasure to be back here at the PAM convention. I want to, of course, start by adopting the protocol, but I also want to recognize our Prime Minister, Dr. Timothy Harris. I want to recognize our living national hero, the Right Excellent and Right Honorable Dr. Kennedy Simmons. And of course, I want to recognize the leader of the People's Action Movement, the Honorable Sean Kenneth Richards. My brothers and sisters of the People's Action Movement, I bring you fraternal greetings as the leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement of Nevis. I am truly honored to have been asked by your party leader, the Honorable Sean Kenneth Richards, to speak to you here gathered today under the theme, Keeping the Promise. I propose not so much a call to arms today, but a call to reflection. A call for sober analysis of where we are as a country and where we wish to go. In so doing, I propose to engage about the past and the role of this great PAM party in shaping this nation of St. Kitts and Nevis. I do so to set the backdrop for what I propose must be our shared future. My brothers and sisters, reflect with me, if you will, that it is the People's Action Movement that paid for the sugar lands that the Labour Party acquired compulsorily but did not pay for. In so doing, PAM, under our national hero, the Right Excellent Sir Kennedy Alphonse Simmons, restored legal rectitude to our country by ensuring that the lands compulsorily acquired were paid for. In so doing, Sir Kennedy and PAM demonstrated the good governance and respect for the rule of law that some now only speak about. Reflect with me, if you will, that it is the ownership of the former sugar lands that has allowed subsequent governments to leverage that land for national development, whether for collateralizing debt, developing housing, expanding agriculture, and even the now infamous land for debt swap. Reflect with me, if you will, that it is the vision of PAM that brought Port Zante into being. Every person making a living from the cruise industry, from the merchants at Port Zante to the tour operators, to the taxi drivers, to the hair braiders, to the restaurant owners, and even to the monkey vendors, must applaud the People's Action Movement. Reflect with me, if you will, that it is the vision of the People's Action Movement that saw the construction of the Kennedy-Simmons Highway and the opening up of the Southeast Peninsula, which was hitherto inaccessible by road to the rest of St. Kitts. Reflect with me, if you will, that absent the Kennedy-Simmons Highway, there could be no Christopher Harbor, there could be no Sundance Ridge, there could have been no Park Hyatt, there could have been no Reggae Beach, there could have been no water taxi to and from Nevis, there could have been no Salt Plage, there could have been no $1 million yachts in the marina. Reflect with me, if you will, that the People's Action Movement ushered in some of the most profound and far-reaching social programs and social safety nets to assist the people of our country. School meals program, textbook and payment for exam fees program, maternity leave with pay, just to name a few. Reflect with me, brothers and sisters, if you will, that it was the vision of PAM that reimagined our tax structure and abolished personal income tax, leading to massive consumption and expansion in the local economy. Reflect with me, if you will, that it was a People's Action Movement that spearheaded the move for our country to become an independent state in September 19, 1983. It was PAM that led the way to ensure that the colonial shackles of old Mother England were removed from our lands forever. Reflect with me, if you will, that it was a People's Action Movement which for the first time introduced the concept of true political unity between St. Kitts and Nevis, when it formed a coalition with the then dominant political party Nevis, the Nevis Reformation Party, led by our national hero, the Right Excellent Sir Simeon Daniel. Reflect with me, if you will, that it was a People's Action Movement in 1984 that created a citizenship by investment program, which even today is the mainstay of the St. Kitts Nevis economy and which has been copied in countries near and far across the world. PAM, you see, gave the world the idea of leveraging citizenship for investment, and it has now become a global billion-dollar industry. My brothers and sisters, you will see from the small snapshot that I have provided that much of what we enjoy and take for granted today was due to the vision of the People's Action Movement. I say to you today without fear of contradiction that the architecture for the modern state of St. Christopher and Nevis was laid by the People's Action Movement. In that regard, we can clearly see that PAM, throughout its political history, has been true to its commitment to the people of our beloved country. PAM, throughout its political history, has been singularly concerned with the development of our people and our nation. PAM, throughout its history, has been working for and on behalf of our people. PAM, throughout its history, has taken decisions that have revolutionized St. Kitts and Nevis. In short, my friends, PAM, throughout its history, has kept its promise. When, therefore, we today speak of keeping the promise, I believe that the People's Action Movement can stand tall and say that it has always kept its promise to the people of this great country. And if you wish further evidence of that, let me share some more recent history. The leadership of this great PAM party now lies in the hands of the Honorable Sean Kenneth Richards. I have seen this young man from humble beginnings in Sandy Point at work, both in opposition and in government. And I say today with no fear of contradiction that Sean has kept the promise. How do I know? How do I know? I know because I have had a front row seat to the unfolding of our recent history. While there are many who now try valiantly to pass off fantasy as fact and try to rewrite our history, even as we who have lived it still are alive to tell it, I present to you today some irrefutable facts that I suggest prove my argument that Sean Kenneth Richards and the People's Action Movement are the rock upon which Team Unity now stands. You see, my friends, it was Sean who was one of the principal architects of Team Unity. When the Labour Party-led government of Dr. Denzel Douglas cast out Dr. Timothy Harris from its midst, and the valiant and noble Sam Terence Condor, then Deputy Prime Minister, resigned in support of Dr. Harris, it was Sean and Pam that provided a ray of hope in St. Kitts. The Concerned Citizens Movement, which I am now privileged to lead in Nevis, had a long history over the decades of refusing to align with any political party in St. Kitts. It is I who had the responsibility of reimagining CCM as part of a broader national construct called Team Unity. We signed two important foundational documents for Team Unity. The Charleston Accord was drafted by me and was signed on the courthouse steps in Charlestown before a massive crowd. I am sure some of you were in Charlestown that evening. That Charlestown Accord was signed by Dr. Timothy Sylvester Harris, leader of the People's Labour Party, Vance Winkworth Amory, then leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement, and yes, Sean Kenneth Richards, the leader of the People's Action Movement. The second document was signed at the Red Cross Conference Room, again in Charlestown, and again signed by the three leaders of the tripartite Team Unity arrangement. These documents and the discussions around them provided a blueprint for governance under Team Unity government and formed the core basis of how a Team Unity government would function. They were designed, brothers and sisters, to ensure mutual respect and cooperation between the three political parties and between the two islands of St. Kitts and Nevis. These documents evidence the pact that was formed between PLP, CCM, and PAM. They evidence the promise made by each party and by each party leader to each other. But even more than that, they evidence the promise that we made to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Now, what was promised by Team Unity? What did Dr. Timothy Sylvester Harris of PLP, Vance Winkworth Amory of CCM, and Sean Kenneth Richards of PAM promise each other and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis? There was, friends, the fundamental promise that no leader would serve more than 2 terms as Prime Minister. Now I want you to note, PAM people, settle down, settle down. I want you to note that 2 terms was not guaranteed to any leader, but it was agreed that no leader would serve more than 2 terms. Term limits was a critical part of the architecture and the new governance paradigm introduced by Team Unity. My brothers and sisters, this was critical, you know. You know why it was critical? It was critical as we had cried out vociferously that the leader of the Labour Party, Dr. Denzil Llewellyn Douglas, had served for 20 long years as Prime Minister. That was too long, we shouted to the world. I myself reminded Dr. Douglas that it was time for him to rest himself, or as we would say in Nevis, go home, go sit down. We did not wish any future leader of our country to fall victim to the oft-stated adage that absolute power corrupts absolutely. Those foundational principles and documents of Team Unity made the further fundamental promise that citizenship by investment monies would be shared pro rata between St. Kitts and Nevis on a population basis. This too, my friends, was critical, as the people of Nevis had been locked out of the benefits of the CBI inflows under the SIDF, causing King Bingi, who I'm told is here today, to lament in Kaiso that Nevis people want the SIDF money. Those documents made the fundamental promise of a new governance paradigm for our beloved country. A paradigm based on core principles of love, mutual respect, and a unity of effort and purpose where every man, woman, and child in St. Kitts and Nevis would be called upon to lend their efforts to national development and would reap the full fruits of their citizenship. As part of that promise to each other and to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, we all agreed that Team Unity would be led by Dr. Timothy Sylvester Harris. All of you gathered here would remember the historic launch of Team Unity at Greenlands Park, when I was given the honor of introducing the next Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Dr. Timothy Sylvester Harris. In fact, if I may depart from my script for a moment, there is one supporter, he tells me, of the People's Action Movement, who every time he sees me, he says, "Douglas Fred, you're like a monkey Fred gun." Because that was something said at Greenlands, so historic was the occasion. The elections, let us remember, came after motions of no confidence brought by me and by Sean Richards, and after court cases brought by me, which culminated in the now famous Privy Council rulings. My brothers and sisters, in those days, it was one for all and all for one. These trials and tribulations were the truest manifestation of the promise of Team Unity. Three parties working together as one. St. Kitts and Nevis finally living out its creed as one nation bound together with a common destiny. When the elections of June 2015 were over, PLP obtained 1 seat, CCM obtained 2 seats, and PAM, led by Sean Richards, obtained 4 seats. Now, maths is not my strong point, but I believe that 4 plus 2 equals 6, and 6 seats could have formed a government. Put differently, PAM and CCM could have formed a government without PLP. My friends, but so committed were we all to the promises made to each other and to our nation that Dr. Timothy Sylvester Harris, with a sole solitary seat for PLP, was fully, mark my words, listen me carefully, was fully supported as a third Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. I recall a seasoned Caribbean Prime Minister asking me if we're crazy, how we could give a party with 1 seat, the big chair. I answered him truthfully. I told him that PAM and CCM are honorable parties led by honorable leaders who always keep their promise. I pause here, brothers and sisters, to make the point that if, listen me carefully, that if Sean Kenneth Richards and PAM were power hungry, they could have said that they had more than half the seats in Team Unity. They had more than PLP and CCM combined, and they could have demanded the prime ministership. But Sean did not do that. PAM did not do that. Sean remained true and kept to his promise. PAM remained true and kept to its promise. CCM remained true and kept to its promise. Now, fast forward. When the elections of 2020 rolled around, the people again reposed their trust and confidence in Team Unity. PLP secured 2 seats. CCM swept Nevis for the first time in history with all 3 seats. And the People's Action Movement again won 4 seats. Again, PLP had the fewest seats. Again, 4 plus 3 represented a clear majority to form a government. Again, it is clear that PAM and CCM could have formed a government without PLP. It is equally clear that PAM and PLP could have formed a government without CCM. Again, Sean Richards could have demanded and would have been supported for Prime Minister of this country. But what did Sean and PAM do? They kept to their promise. And they elevated Dr. Timothy Sylvester Harris and the PLP once again to the Prime Ministership of St. Kitts and Nevis for a second and final term. As for me and the Big Blue Machine, the Concerned Citizens Movement, we had given voice to some signs that we had seen, but nevertheless we followed PAM's lead as the majority partner in Team Unity. I pause here again to remind all of you here gathered and all of you listening that if Sean Kenneth Richards and PAM were power hungry, they could have said they control the largest block of seats in Team Unity and therefore demanded the Prime Ministership. But Sean did not do that. PAM did not do that. Sean remained true and kept to his promise. PAM remained true and kept to its promise. You see, I state all this to make the inescapable point that Sean Kenneth Richards could not once but twice have demanded the Prime Ministership of this country. He could have done so on the obvious democratic principle that he and PAM control the largest block of elected members in the National Parliament of St. Kitts and Nevis. But this young man did not do that. He kept his promise. The People's Action Movement kept its promise. The question then, which now looms large, my friends, is will each partner in Team Unity keep the promises to each other and to our people? I can say today, and I do so, with a very heavy heart that today the promise of a population-based pro rata share of the CBI proceeds between St. Kitts and Nevis has still not been realized, despite years of agitation by me as Premier of Nevis and leader of CCM, an integral part of Team Unity. That promise to CCM and to the people of Nevis has thus far not been kept. I make the point, my Kittitian brothers and sisters, that when I come as Premier of the island of Nevis and representative in chief of the over 13,000 souls that call Nevis home, I do not come as some mendicant cap in hand. I do not come asking for help or for a favor. I come as a full citizen of this country who is entitled to claim on behalf of the people of Nevis an equitable share of the revenue flowing into Bastia from national efforts.
But I'm so sad he does a rock, they just can't stop me.
Whichever political party or coalition of parties holds the reins of power in Church Street, I wish to be clear that the people of Nevis will never stop demanding their equitable share of the national pie. My brothers and sisters, sadly, in recent years, we have seen some key members of parties in Team Unity being so emboldened that they openly attack me as leader of CCM on social media. Indeed, they have not only attacked me, but my wife and my children too. And Lord, my wife's so beautiful. Who could attack a woman like that? They used to use fake profiles, you know. But now they're bold enough to use their own name and their own image. I have asked the leadership in those parties guilty of these vicious attacks to cause these attacks to cease. But to date, in fact, up to this week, they continue unabated. In fact, brothers and sisters, it breaks my heart to say that some of the attackers in chief have been and continue to be handsomely rewarded by this very Team Unity government we all serve. I ask rhetorically today, is this keeping the promise of Team Unity? My CCM team, and let me tell you, you know, we're not easy, you know. CCM not easy, you know. The big blue machine not easy, you know. My CCM team has time and time again sought my imprimatur to retaliate to these atrocious attacks on me as their leader. I have consistently said to them that CCM will not, under my leadership, join anyone in sowing seeds of division and disunity. In so doing, some have mistaken my restraint for weakness. I say to you today that my restraint has in fact been an exhibition of sober leadership and maturity. My restraint and that of my party has shown wisdom, and it will be a fatal mistake for anybody to mistake restraint for weakness. CCM strong like a lion. It is as a result of this type of mature and sober leadership that no member of the CCM team has attacked any member of PAM or PLP. My party knows that I would never tolerate, far less encourage such as leader of CCM whilst we remain in a Team Unity government. You see, I lead a party that keeps its promises. I have also noticed of late that the legions of fake social media profiles have been unleashed on Sean Kenneth Richards and PAM. Suddenly, a man with a hitherto unblemished record is being vilified with Facebook and WhatsApp messages, sent viral across the entire landscape of St. Kitts Nevis and our diaspora. I ask my friends the question, is this keeping the promise? Is this what Team Unity promised our nation? Is this the togetherness and cohesion that we campaigned on and promised our people? And if it is not, then we must ask, why not? Suddenly, I am hearing in some quarters that Sean Richards, by proclaiming his ambition to be the next Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, is power hungry. But I ask you and our nation, how could a man who's held and still holds the balance of power, who could have been Prime Minister since 2015 and again in 2020, but who instead kept his promise and anointed another, be now seen as power hungry? Sean and Pam have kept their promise, and the evidence is overwhelming. So now I ask you, why is the son of Sandy Point to be vilified and attacked? Because he has called on others in Team Unity to keep their promise. Suddenly, I am hearing in some quarters that Nevis will never get a fair share from the CBI proceeds. Suddenly, I'm hearing in some quarters that Mark Brantley is greedy for demanding the fair share of CBI proceeds to which Nevis is entitled. I said to you today, with no water in my mouth, that if I am to be accused of being greedy for demanding that Team Unity keeps its promise to Nevis, then let it be known that I am not greedy for me or for personal gain. If indeed I am greedy, then let the record show that I am greedy for the people of Nevis and their advancement.
Come let me rally with CCM.
Suddenly, I am hearing in some quarters that there's nothing wrong with any unity leader being Prime Minister for more than 2 terms. Suddenly, I'm hearing in some quarters that members of Team Unity are giving financial and other support to the political opponents of CCM in Nevis. Suddenly, I'm hearing in some quarters that candidates are being recruited to run in constituencies against the principles of Team Unity, where only a single candidate is permitted to run. Suddenly, all of a sudden, I am hearing in some quarters of the Charleston Accord and other documents forming the very core basis of our tripartite Team Unity government are but useless pieces of paper, not enforceable in a court of law. But my friends, let me, Mark Anthony Graham Brantley, son of Vicky and Orvin, let me be pellucid this afternoon. If the core principles of Team Unity, reduced into writing and signed before God and man by the leaders of the political parties of Team Unity, and now for convenience to be cast aside as mere worthless pieces of paper, then it means that Team Unity was merely a launching pad for personal power and self-aggrandizement. It means that Team Unity was not for the paradigm shift in governance and for the people as we proclaimed. It means that Team Unity was a mere fig leaf, an invented mechanism where some members never truly believed or committed themselves to the ideals espoused. I certainly pray that this is not so. For my part, and I want you to listen to me carefully, for my part, I have said and continue to say that Team Unity represents the last best chance for our nation. I have said and continue to say that unity represents the most revolutionary political idea that our nation has seen in its modern history. The lofty ideals that we espouse and that capture the imagination, the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of our people must not now be abandoned. The tremendous strides made in our country under Team Unity must not now be squandered. If Team Unity is to mean anything, my brothers and sisters, it must demonstrate that each and every constituent element of the team is committed to keeping the promise. PLP and its leadership must keep the promise. PAM and its leadership must keep the promise. CCM and its leadership must keep the promise. For if we can't keep promises made to each other before God and man, then how can we be trusted to keep our promise to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis? In this life, we have absolutely nothing of value except our word. We have nothing if we do not have integrity. The promise of Team Unity was to raise the political consciousness of our people to such an extent that politics and politicians were given a new and better reputation. The promise of Team Unity was to create a new St. Kitts and Nevis based on principles of brotherhood, mutual respect, and love for each other and our country. The promise of Team Unity was that every little boy and girl, whether from Crab Hill in Sandy Point or Box Hill in Nevis, could look upon us and say in whispered breath that we remain true to each other and to our promise to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. The question then, brothers and sisters, is whether the promise of Team Unity can yet be kept. And I say, yes, it can. For me, you see, hope springs eternal. And I believe that we are still capable of keeping our promise to each other and to our people. It is a hope for a better tomorrow for St. Kitts and Nevis that brought PLP, PAM, and CCM together as Team Unity. It is the memory of that hope and a return to first principles that must now propel us forward in keeping the promise to our beloved people. There is, my friends, no I in team and no me in unity. Unity has no maximum leader, no 10 man in one, and no top dog. Team Unity has never been about any one man or any one party. Unity is about all of us. Unity is about our people. Unity is about our aspiration to be better and to do better. I wish to state here today and to publicly proclaim that the Concerned Citizens Movement remains fully committed to Team Unity and to the principles enshrined in the various documents and discussions setting out the foundational charter of this great political construct. I wish to make it clear that CCM is not committed to some of the core principles, but CCM is committed to all of the core principles. The country must see and feel the paradigm shift in governance, greater transparency, greater inclusivity, greater consultation, and greater accountability as we promised. Our supporters must be told to cease and desist from their destructive rhetoric towards each other, and love and peace must reign between us as we promised. Nevis must get its equitable share of CBI proceeds and other national assets as we promised. And of course, no leader must be allowed to serve more than 2 terms as Prime Minister, as we promised. You see, my friends, if we are honorable men and women in unity, if we are honorable leaders in unity, if our word is our bond in unity, if we keep our promises in unity, then I assure you that our Team Unity, the greatest political idea in our modern political history, will last forever. But if we merely use unity for convenience and to gain personal political power, and never had any intention of keeping our promises either to each other or to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, then unity cannot and will not survive. It is really that simple choice that we must make. Shall we be honorable and keep our promise? Or shall we be dishonorable and break our promise? One road leads to a glorious future. The other road plunges our beloved St. Kitts and Nevis into political chaos and uncertainty. That, my friends, is the fundamental question. That, my friends, is what requires a simple solution. I said to you in closing that this CCM party that I'm privileged to lead will win all the federal seats in Nevis when the time comes. 9, 10, and 11. I tell I already, I'm going to tell I again. Start count from 9. Miss Gray, no disrespect to you. But counting don't start at 1. Counting start at 9. 9, 10, 11. Count them. Them they're safe. Them 3 they're safe. How many PLP brings? I will leave that to the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris and his team. How many PAM brings? I will leave that to Honorable Sean Richards and the mighty PAM Army. I leave you today with a firm understanding and the irrefutable truth that the People's Action Movement has always kept its promise to St. Kitts and Nevis. Sean Kenneth Richards has always kept his promise to his constituents, to his party, to Team Unity, and to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. You know what my wish is as I close? My wish is that we may all be like Sean and Pam. My wish is that we may all keep our promises. That is my wish. Keeping the promise. God bless you. God bless Pam. God bless Unity. And may God continue to bless the beloved people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you, and God bless you.
Stand firm and sing. St. George's, go and do your thing. St. John's, sing the anthem. St. Paul's, let's do it again. St. Thomas's, I beg all you vote for your children. Come let me rally with CCM. Not one, not one, not one.
Honorable Bradley, on behalf of the leader, executive, and members of the People's Action Movement, I am here to present you with a small token of our appreciation. What was that? A small token of our appreciation for your words of encouragement today and for highlighting the fact that PAM has worked and also highlighting the fact that we stay true to our friends and keep our promises.
Let me see you raise your hands and put them in the air. Put them in the air. High, high. Let me see you raise your hands and put them in the air. Put them in the air. High, high. Jump and let them see love and unity. One big family togetherness. Jump and let them see love and unity. One big family togetherness. Wine and let them see love and unity. One big family togetherness. Wine and let them see love and unity. One big family togetherness.
Members and friends of the People's Action Movement, you heard it from the sheriff himself. Pam sweet, sweet, but CCM hot, hot. Blaze it on social media. Pam sweet, sweet, CCM hot, hot. CCM hot, hot. And Pam sweet, sweet. And Pam nice, nice. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is hot and blazing. And because of that, we are going to keep it hot and blazing. He is the only one in St. Kitts that holds an OECS Soca Monarch crown from Jack Hammer and Big Chuck. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for KT.
Check. Yo, Terror.
Volume.
Volume. Yeah. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Like a pipe bust under the gun, she said for it. PAM Massive say, hey. Say on the road, hey. This one for the road, yeah. Let's go, 1, 2, let me see the flags. Let's go, like a pipe bust under the gun. She said for the job, when she want she gun in the gun. She said for the job, when she want she listen for the job, when she want everybody, 1, 2, take over the job. We gonna mash up the road, take over the job, we gonna mash up the road, take over the job, we gonna mash up the road, take over the 1, 2, we gonna mash up the road. So me tell them inside the carnival, we done set for the bacchanal, and me inside the fence, was me dripping with sweat and divine. In the front, let's go low, take it, yes. Slow. All right, we're gonna do something for me. Let me see the flags. Hands in the air. Flags. I'm not seeing enough flags. Everybody, we're going left and right. 1, 2, left side. Jack to the left. Jack to the right. Jack to the left. Jack to the right. To the left. Left, right. Take over the jack. We gonna mash up the road. Take over the jack. DJ Terror, give me the big chop. Big chop coming, mash up the ground. Big chop coming, sing it, them down. Walk back, everybody ready? Yeah, we ready. We stand 1, 2, 3, go. Big chop massive. Yeah, my time is short, alright? So we're gonna make it quick. Alright? Now look at this. Imagine you them on a walking on a big job. So what's the problem? We say why you hacking up? I check the radiator in no overheat. I check the oil levels before I touch the street. Some say that my big job carry too much weight. Some say that my big job not gonna move again. If you remember this one, I want to see the flags again. Let's go. 1, 2. Say big job massive. Say we just flags in our day. Say whoa. Big job massive. Say we just flags in our day. Cause when we start work on the truck, the engine, and everybody in their trouble shot. Let me see a whoa. And in there, everybody on a jump. I walk in on a. Well, I ain't gonna keep it too long. We got the bus to come on. That's been my time. We love you. Diverse. Tell me what I want.
keeping the stage hot. Now I had to get comfortable because up next is our leader. And you guys know, the bias in me have to cheer. Sandy Point in the building! Sandy Point in the building! I know you guys will represent and would represent well. I now call on Deandra Mills to introduce our political leader, the Honorable Sean Richards.
Good evening, members and friends of the people
movement. Allow me to observe the protocol that was so ably established by those before me. Today, I have the honor of introducing a man who really needs no introduction. His legend has been built and his accomplishments are too numerous to name, so in the interest of time, I would like to make this introduction brief. During his career, he has acquired a wealth of experience including Senior Audit, TDC Internal Audit Office, Board Secretary, TDC Tours, Accountant, TDC Tours Airline Services Limited and TDC Tours, Credit Manager, Court St. Kitts, and Auditor of the Government of St. Kitts and Nevis. He understands figures and is an astute accountant by training. He is currently undertaking studies to obtain his PhD. I speak of a man whose vision, brilliance, passion, work ethic, and his refusal to take no for an answer has propelled him to lead this party, the People's Action Movement. A man who has and continues to inspire the youth and others around him to do extraordinary things. He has a strength to make hard decisions and to motivate those around him to achieve the impossible. He is an optimist who chases big dreams and sees potential where others do not. He entered the realm of politics in 2002 and has been since known as a fierce opponent, even when he stands alone. Many can recall his tenure on the opposition benches. We have seen him stage one-man demonstration in his constituency as he fought for truth and rights for his constituents. I speak of a man of action, a man who executes, a man with a proven track record to represent his constituents and delivering on their behalf. He never falls short in providing opportunities for employment, homes and ownership, business opportunities, and advancement in the areas of sports and recreation. As the Minister of Public Infrastructure, Posts, and Urban Development, he remains consistent in delivering small, medium, and large projects. His performance as the former Minister of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports was extraordinary. Despite his demanding schedule, he has always made time to contribute to his community, especially in terms of education, religion, and sports. His contributions over the years include co-sponsor of the Lloyd Richards Award for the best CXC results in Principles of Business and Accounts at the Sandy Point High School, founder of the Friends of Sandy Point Award for the male and female student from the Sandy Point High with the best CXC results, trustee for the Linden Lake Memorial Fund, former president of the Sandy Point Methodist Youth Fellowship, former member of the St. Kitts Methodist Youth Council, assistant in the Sandy Point High School Debating Society, and has sponsored numerous other sporting activities and clubs. Let's not forget the popular Constituency 5 Empowership Scholarship, the Sean K. Richards Inter-House Spelling Bee competition at SEMS, and the enviable birthday event he hosts and celebrates with children from the primary, secondary, and CFBC level. I must highlight his genuine passion and strong focus on children and education. There is no better person to have as your leader, as your representative, especially when facing tough opponents or making hard decisions. He is battle tested, and more importantly, he is a doer. Did I say I was going to be brief? Okay, let me keep in my promise and align with the theme for today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in introducing a man who I am delighted to have as my parliamentary representative, a man who is loved and respected by many, a man of
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me thank Miss Mills for such a wonderful introduction. You will get one. Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Timothy Harris, Attorney General, the Honorable Vincent Byron, Chairman of PAM and Minister of Education et al., the Honorable John L. Powell, Deputy Political Leaders, the Honorable Lindsey Grant, Minister of Tourism et al., and the Honorable Eugene Hamilton, Minister of Housing et al., Premier of Nevis and Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Mark Brantley and Mrs. Brantley, Honorable Alexis Jeffers, Minister of Agriculture et al., Honorable Akila Byron Nisbet and Mr. Nisbet, Honorable Troy Leiber, Junior Minister for Education in the NIA, First Prime Minister and National Hero, the Right Honorable and Right Excellent Sir Kennedy Simmons and Lady Simmons, Ambassador and former Minister Dame Constance Mitchum, our General Secretary and candidate for East Bastille, Mrs. Natasha Shani Gray Brooks, Governor General Deputy Mr. Michael Morton and Mrs. Morton, former Speaker of the National Assembly, Ralph Gums, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, members and representatives of the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, members of the clergy, executive members of the People's Action Movement, fellow delegates, party stalwarts, invited observers, members and friends of the People's Action Movement, and of course, my fellow Sandy Pointers, no gimmicks, no gimmicks, no gimmicks, no gimmicks. Next election, Sean sharing more licks. Marsha, you're going to get more of it at the end. Good evening and welcome to all. I am very heartened this evening by this successful convention we have had today and the activities of the entire last week. I am further heartened by the fact that the People's Action Movement remains the most popular party with the most extended support at this time in our history. And if you have any doubts about that, look around and you will be convinced. Ordinary people doing extraordinary things in their communities, only inspired by their dreams and aspirations, have sustained this movement through the good and difficult times. You have upheld this party as a vanguard for national development and as the source of inspiration for not just this, but also for the next generation. And for that, you deserve a round of applause. Let me pause at this time to congratulate the new executive body, which was elected a few days ago, a mix of stalwarts and indeed leaders of the future. I ask the executive to stand and be acknowledged. I also want to pay tribute to our elders, former candidates, and executive members who continue to be the inspiration of all of us. I speak of persons such as Sir Kennedy and Lady Kennedy, Dame Mitchum, Ambassador Sidney Osborne, Dr. Charles Warner, Ralph Gums, Mr. and Mrs. Morton, John L. Rollins Joe, Kemenon, Rupert Earl, and so many others who are present this evening. Indeed, you have built this party, and where we are today is credited to all of your hard work and dedication to the People's Action Movement. I also must recognize those who have gone before us. Of course, you have persons such as the late Dr. William V. Herbert and the late Richard Keynes. I say to you this evening that your labor in the vineyard has laid the foundation of a nation that has consistently punched above its weight. This convention has been held at a time of growing uncertainty around the world. The specter of conflict between Russia and Ukraine, a world supply problem, rising inflation and economic uncertainty in the larger markets of the world, and the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, home and abroad, have added to this uncertainty. There are strong forces now trying to upend the global order, forces that are seeking to dispense with multilateralism, disregarding independence and sovereignty. Cold winds are blowing from west to east, and a global political winter is setting in, and there are dark clouds on our horizon. These developments will have serious consequences for us here in St. Kitts and Nevis. As the smallest independent nation in the world, we are particularly vulnerable to the shocks being brought on by geopolitical machinations and the eagerness of larger nations to carve out spheres of influence. We are clear that the best chance of solving global problems is through multilateralism. World peace could only be guaranteed if the concerns of the weak are taken on as important as the concerns of the strong. Adding to this uncertainty is this raging political debate at home about the value of the unity concept. That debate has been laced with a lot of falsehoods and innuendos, but also some truths which we as a people must address together. Let it be said that throughout its history, the People's Action Movement has always been the main sponsor of the unity of our people, whether in their communities or at the federal level. And Sir Kennedy spoke to you about 1980 and how PAM kept St. Kitts and Nevis together. 7 years ago, it was the decision of the People's Action Movement and the selflessness of its leaders that gave rise to this modern-day unity concept. We felt then, and we still feel now, that the unity we promoted was necessary to take the country to the next level. We promoted unity, understanding that our youth wanted to dream again. Our people wanted to feel safe again. And an entire nation wanted to breathe again. Inspired of all of the external challenges, we rallied a people and inspired a nation to begin to believe again. And while we were the main sponsors, we could not achieve it alone. You, the proud supporters of the party, people and inspired a nation to begin to believe again. And while we were the main sponsors, we could not achieve it alone. You, the proud supporters of the party, bought into the concept from day one. We joined hands with the Concerned Citizens Movement and the People's Labour Party as we beat our collective swords into plowshares and spears into pruning hooks. We had to forego individual ambitions for the benefit of the greater good, for we always understood that rebuilding a nation shall and must always come first. We always understood that unity demanded sacrifice and selflessness, honesty and clarity, respect and gratitude. But most of all, we also understood that unity demands trust. And without those key ingredients, a cancerous metastasizing could set in that could threaten the very survival of the dream. Today, I say to you quite clearly and without any reservations that the concept of unity is under attack by selfishness and greed. In an environment where political cooperation is quickly being replaced by the politics of personal destruction. Fellow delegates, the time has come to have an honest discussion with you and indeed with the wider nation. Numbers 33 verse 55 says, "If you will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eyes and thorns in your sides, and shall vex you in the land where ye dwell." One interpretation that I found for this verse is that it can often be difficult to make a scene and to deal with something as we know we should. We'd rather not rock the boat. But if you don't, the problems will continually vex you. The problems will be like splinters in your eyes and thorns in your side. The problems will multiply. The enemy will take hold more and more. I am not going to dwell with any splinters in my eyes or with any thorns in my side. So this evening, I am here to talk. I am very clear that the concept of unity must be pursued always, for our nation will be better for it. But it cannot be saved just by mere lip service, but by concrete actions. We in PAM cannot be expected to hold hands that are no longer opened. We can't extend an open hand to be given a closed fist in return. We have never sought to use the fact that we are the dominant partner in this movement to bully anyone or to have our exclusive way. We understand the need for compromise. We have consistently shown our strength through our humility. We have consistently shown our commitments through deferrals. Our commitment must be matched by the commitment of everyone and every single group. Without such commitments, the very concept of unity will be on life support. We must all be true to our word, determined, even against all odds, to keep our promises to each other. PAM will always be willing to give both consideration and respect, but we expect those in return. This period demands deep soul searching by everyone, and with weaknesses shown on many ends. It demands boldness and decisiveness. It demands a reset. We must bring clarity where there is uncertainty and show resolve and provide leadership. As the leader of the People's Action Movement and as Deputy Prime Minister, I have heard the comments of many of you, especially in recent weeks, and I have listened to all of the advice. I am more willing now than ever to lead, if that is what you desire of me. Rest assured that your will shall be done. My one inspiration going forward is to ensure that the gains we have achieved over the last 7 years are consolidated, preserved, and built upon. We stand here today on a proud record in government. We have achieved many things in your name. We have removed VAT from food, funeral expenses, and educational expenses. We have reduced the high number of murders. We promise you bigger homes at a reduced mortgage rate, and we have delivered. We have implemented the $500 monthly poverty alleviation program, the PAP. We have upgraded play fields, such as this one here in Kayon. We paid the farmer sugar workers the money due to them. We built the new police station in Sandy Point. We increased the number of magistrates and increased the number of legal and judicial complexes to allow for family and night court. We built the second cruise ship pier. Every member of Team Unity has worked overtime to ensure these successes. I have been particularly proud of my parliamentary colleagues from PAM. Honorable Lindsay Grant, impressively leading the revival of the tourism industry that suffered many body blows through COVID. His stewardship has been recognized beyond this land and was last year declared the top tourism minister in the Caribbean. Let us show him our appreciation. When I call the name Minister Grant, it evokes in my head the Sizzler song. I don't know how many of you remember this one. They can't keep a good man down.
They can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and
I also applaud my other deputy and senior member, Eugene Hamilton, who served so well as housing minister in the first term and now adds social security and social services, etc., to his ministry. Social services and social security had to get into high gear when the COVID-19 pandemic struck to ensure that especially the most vulnerable among us did not fall through the cracks. Many of you receive monthly payments for a number of months from Social Security in the midst of COVID-19. My brother Eugene has been a great leader in that regard, and he too must be applauded. Of course, we have our rookie MP, the Honorable Jonel Powell, who has come into this job as if he's an old veteran. The education sector was particularly challenged during the COVID-19 period, and his stewardship has provided effective guidance and leadership. When other schools within the region were closed for over a year, we have remained open. Give Jonel a round of applause. But we are also all part of a team, all working together to bring benefits to the people of this nation. In that regard, because he's here, I want to pay special public tribute to a co-leader in Team Unity, the Honorable Mark Brantley, who is not just the Premier of Nevis, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the federal government. Brother Mark, you have been a great partner and one who is totally committed to the cause of unity. Indeed, you are one of the keepers of the flame. I want us to stand and give Brother Mark, as well as Alexis, and all of the members and supporters of CCM, a warm PAM welcome.
Come everybody with CCM. Not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. Let us restore pride and dignity.
We also want to recognize the contribution to the unity concept of the Prime Minister and, of course, to my dear friend, the Honorable Akila Byron Nisbet. And also to the members of the People's Labour Party. Members and friends, in any partnership, there will be strong debates, sometimes even disagreements. But it stays together once we keep to the core principles. And as I have said, none of us could have done what we have done in government without the support of each other. As Deputy Prime Minister, I have not only have to provide leadership to the PAM caucus, but support to the leadership of the federal government and to Prime Minister Honorable Timothy Harris. Sisters and brothers of PAM, I am proud to report tonight that I have kept the faith. And there is not a single individual who can deny that I have been a loyal Deputy Prime Minister for the past 7 years. But I must also be loyal to the task of keeping the promise. And I stand here tonight determined to continue to fight the good fight, determined to stand up for unity, giving you the assurance that I will keep the promise. And what is that fundamental premise of the promise? The premise of the promise is that all should be treated fairly and with respect. And so when the Honorable General Powell comes here tonight to complain about housing, it cannot be fair and be with respect when 15 houses are donated to this country and all 15 built in one single constituency. The premise of the promise is that no one will be put at a disadvantage and that we shall go forward with leadership that consults. Coming from the period of the original labor, we collectively subscribed to the concept of servant leadership, understanding that any deviation from this could land a fatal blow to the concept of unity. The premise of the promise is that we shall never turn our guns on each other, that we shall never bring each other into disrepute. The premise of the promise is that we shall not seek domination of each other, but that it will always be a genuine partnership. The best agreements are written in our hearts and executed through our character. They don't need to be agreements on paper. They don't need to be agreements via legislation, or they don't need political maneuverings for us to stand by those promises. For the unity concept to survive, we must all stay true to the premise of the promise. Part of that premise of the promise is that each party will only field candidates in certain constituencies. And the People's Action Movement has kept its word on this promise. In 2015, we gave a promise to run in 6 constituencies in St. Kitts. For PLP to field candidates in the other 2 constituencies in St. Kitts, and for the CCM to field all of the candidates in Nevis. In 2020, the PAM gave further accommodation for a next candidate in St. Kitts to be run by PLP. However, there's an old saying that says, you give some people an inch and they want to take a mile. Tonight, I want those that want to go the mile, that Sean ain't going a mile with nobody.
So don't you mix me up in your dirty game. You're only trying to talk.
The inch given remains the inch, and not 1 inch extra. PAM, as part of Team Unity, will not give any further considerations to any other political party which is part of this Team Unity construct. We must remain faithful to the promise. Second Timothy chapter 2 verse 13 says, If we are faithless, he remains faithful. He cannot deny himself. This biblical verse reminds us that God is always faithful to us. He does not contradict his word, nor does he go back on it. Hence, for those who believe in God, for those who recite the words of Timothy, for those who claim to live by the words of Timothy, whether they come from 1st or 2nd Timothy, and not 3rd Timothy, because I ain't seen a 3rd Timothy in the Bible. Not 3rd Timothy, because I ain't seen a 3rd Timothy in the Bible. So for those who recite the words of Timothy and believe in the words of Timothy, I said to you, keep your words and keep your promises. That is why the theme of this convention, keeping the promise, is such a poignant and powerful one. We know that some of you, and rightly so, have expressed concerns about the pace of achieving some of the things that we as a united team had promised during the campaign. There are some major outstanding things that have yet been achieved, some for subjective and others for objective reasons. The COVID-19 indeed has been a major factor, as over the last 2 years, the sole focus was seeking ways to keep the nation afloat in the face of the worst pandemic in 100 years. But speaking on behalf of PAM Caucus, we have every intention of keeping all the promises made, including that of good governance. I acknowledge that we could have moved faster on several fronts, especially on such things as integrity in public life, electoral reform, and on new legislation that will show our commitment to a government operating in the sunshine. That is now atop of the legislative agenda of the PAM Caucus, and we will vigorously advocate for us achieving those things within the next 2 years. The issues surrounding the Bastille High School are very complex. The solutions are neither straightforward nor easy, but Minister Powell, the new Minister of Education, is on the ball with that one. We, the PAM Caucus, are determined to keep the promise on that score. Outstanding on my list is the Sandy Point Bypass Road. That too is a very important part of keeping the promise. And my brother Eugene is eager for us to rectify the water issue in Cayon. I give the assurance that my ministry is working diligently to solve this problem. Of major national significance, though as difficult and as complex as it is, but we are determined to address the issue of a new hospital as well as the establishment of a national insurance health scheme. If anything, the pandemic has highlighted the need for these two things. Our youth deserve the indoor sporting facility we have promised, as well as the Performing Arts Center. Indeed, these are fundamental elements to national development and to empowering our people. The premise of our promise would not be complete if the hard-working people of Nevis are not accorded their full share. Yes, we do recognize that the population of Nevis is not identical to that of St. Kitts, but their needs can never be downsized or ridiculed. The PAM caucus, both in Parliament and Cabinet, shall stand firm with the CCM caucus to ensure that their needs are met as part of our commitment to keeping the promise. I say to you, my brother Mark, that as units within a coalition of the willing, we shall ensure that the words of fair share are transformed into the fulfillment of the promise we intend to keep. The people of St. Kitts deserve their fair share, and so do the people of Nevis. We are committed to discussing and ensuring the best solutions that could deliver the most meaningful outcomes to the benefit of our people. Stated a different way, we are driven to uncover a more equitable distribution of our national resources, including those originating from the CBI program. As a standard bearer, I have echoed for almost 2 decades that Sean has no gimmicks and Sean has no tricks. When that is translated, it simply means that with Sean, there is trust. PAM will continue to be a genuine friend. I can assure you, Mark and CCM, that there is no value in fake friendships that only surface when the clock is already ticking. The relationship with PAM will not be allowed to be one of personal convenience. It has to be a true friendship based on a desire to advance this country. And I say to you, Mark, and the entire CCM party, now that the bells are tolling, no disingenuous piecemeal effort will be allowed at the last hour. Now, why would anyone think that the delivery of a Sunday afternoon package of handout would diminish their partner's desire for real value and fair share? True friendship cannot be bought for a few pieces of silver. I want to remind us of some very well-known quotations, because I ain't trying to talking the truth. Because true words were never spoken. The less you associate with some people, the more your life will improve. Remember that friends that don't help you climb would want you to crawl. Some friends will stretch your vision or choke your dream. Those that don't increase you will eventually decrease you. Wise is the person who fortifies his life with the right friendship. If you run with wolves, you would learn to howl. But if you associate with eagles, you would learn how to soar. Tara, you have it, to great heights. In prosperity, our friends know us. In adversity, we know our friends. Never make someone a priority when you are only an option. Tara, you went to school, you know all of them. If you're going to achieve excellence in big things, you develop the habit in little matters. And finally, excellence is not an exception. It is a prevailing attitude. We are determined to regain the trust of all of the people. And we can only do so by the way we address issues of unfairness and nepotism. We are determined to rally all the PAM faithful, and we shall do so through decisive political advocacy. We are determined to keep the promise as we march on with the willing and the able. PAM is committed to moving forward in a coalition, in unity, with a coalition of the willing. That movement forward will be solidly built on a mountain of trust. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, we have had a long day, but indeed a successful day. The staging of this convention at this defining moment signals not the end of anything, but the start of everything. We shall leave here re-energized and even more determined, more committed. The message coming from you, the delegates, is loud and clear. Stand up for your principles and stand up for you. We will stand up for you. Some of our supporters have left us because they felt we were more dedicated to unity than to them. This evening, I want to publicly invite all of those supporters who have left PAM to come back. PAM is a big tent, and we're here for all of you, for all of us. Come home to PAM.
Don't worry about a thing.
We in PAM will not allow our brand and our core principles that are guided by our philosophy to be silenced and erased. PAM will continue to strengthen, and PAM will continue to stand firm. The momentum of the recent will continue in the proximity of the future. As of tomorrow morning and henceforth, we shall move forward and on our feet and not on our knees. We shall be fearless and we shall be fair. As the leader of PAM and the largest caucus in government, I pledge here today that there will not be business as usual. We must and will keep our oath to the people. As the sun sets on this day, I urge you to prepare for the possibilities of the dawn that is fast approaching. The trek ahead will be anchored in an atmosphere of stability and political serenity. Have no doubt that we will not allow the status quo to continue, and it is our intention to deliver on the promises of decency, greater transparency, trust, while at the same time bringing an end to an era of individualism and replacing it with collectivism. As I enter the closing stages of my remarks, I am reminded of what the Bible says about man's commitment to keeping his promise. He who walks blamelessly and does what is right and speaks truth in his heart, who does not slander with his tongue and does no evil to his neighbor, nor takes up a reproach against his friend, in whose eyes a vile person is despised, but who honors those who fear the Lord, who swears to his own hurt and does not change, who does not put out his money at interest and does not take a bribe against the innocent. He who does these things shall never be moved. Psalms 15, chapter 2, Psalms chapter 15, verses 2 to 5. And forgive me if I channel my last thoughts with some more sizzler. And I think you will know the lyrics to this one also. So don't mix me up into your dirty game. You're only trying to tarnish my name.
Love to mix me up in your dirty game. You're only trying to tarnish my name. You're only looking for the innocent to blame.
And now, I leave you with the words of reggae legend Bob Marley. Well, brothers and sisters, don't shed no tear, for every little thing gonna be all right. Pamite, forward ever, backward never.
Of St. Kitts and Nevis, give it up, the Honorable Sean K. Richards. Pam, sweet, don't forget. You guys, you don't put it on your WhatsApp? Pam, sweet. Pam, nice. Remember when they come tomorrow, what happened in the convention? Pam, sweet. Don't forget. Pam, nice.
I have said that I am committed
and CCM hot.
In the office of the Prime Minister. 2 terms.
Pam, nice.
And I will be very...
We now call to the stage
the leader of the People's Action Movement when the time has come. And to bring all of my experience, all of my knowledge, to give him the strongest support so that he can continue to deliver the stronger and safer future.
Do you guys
May God
agree?
bless him. May God bless the people
Do you
of
guys
Santa
agree?
Cruz. May
Do
God
you guys,
bless all the people of
I
St.
can't
Kitts and
hear
Nevis.
you.
To God be the glory, I thank you.
We now welcome to the stage T-Bone.
Everybody. Simple song. I tell me granny that we all done set to come and play mass for the 50th. But she laugh. What she said? Nah. I take the vaccine, me and me friend. She look at me and then she start to laugh again. She say, lad. Punch it. Everybody, go. I want to see all you in front of you. Go. I want to see you do this. 1, 2, 3, go. Walk up on me for the task force. How much up before the task force. I really want you walk up. I want to see a lot of yellow in front of you. I want to see a lot of yellow. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Drop there. You got me locked. And so we do it. What me say? 1 year later and the case ain't come up your head. Tell me. Tell them open up the country, we wanna have a welfare. He can come and tell me that he can't make the sugar cake. And Junior Labor tell me that freedom can't pay the bill. What we tell them? When they gonna let us ask them? When they gonna let me out? Ask them, man. When they gonna? Cause we just wanna party. I tell me granny that we all done set to come and play mass for the 50th. But she laugh. What she said? Nah, 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 nah. I take the vaccine, me and me friend. She look at me and then she start to laugh again. She said, Lord. What to confession? To good confession, but we have to do the most. We have to get confession from the task force. She said, Lord. Wow. November 1st, when the curfew end, she look at me and then she start to laugh again. She said, Lord. I want to kick out the jail house. Everybody do so now. 1, 2, 3, 4 now. Walk up the jail house. 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 I ain't at the end of the yo. Walk up before the task force come. I want you. Walk up before the task force. I really want you. Walk up before the task force come. We going round now. We going round now. Let's go. Run along. Run along. What are we saying? Run. Lord. Go run along. Run along. What are we saying? Do the go. Run along before. Let's go. Walk up before the task force come. I want you. Walk up before the task force. I really want you. Walk up before the task force come. Let me see you walk. I want to see you bend over. Let's go, let's go. Yeah, bend over, yeah, bend over. Oh my gosh. Before come. Yeah, bend over, yeah. You ready for this? Yes. I want to do this. To the left. To the rock it. This. Somebody are fed up because we wrong until we fans, then we cannot party with the causeway. It's like they tell us one thing and take it back, they got it no way. They kill the entertainment dead, and we fed up and we bet because we. Tell me, cause I want to know. I really want to know. I really want to know. Cause we just wanna party. I tell me granny that we all done set to come and play mass for the 50th. What she laugh, what she said? Nah, 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 nah. I take the vaccine, me and me friend. She look at me and then she start to laugh again. She say, Lord. Hey, to keep our barbecue, we had to do the most. I had to get permission from me. She say, Lord. Let me fall. November 1st, when the curfew end, she look at me and then she start to laugh again. She say, Lord. You don't broccoli, I want to say I do this. Come, walk up before the task force. I want you come on, walk up before the task force. I want you come on, walk up before the task force. I want to see real circle around like this. Everybody, let's go. Run and roll, run and roll. Yeah, run and roll, run and roll. Cause run and roll, run and roll. We gotta live, we gotta go, baby. Tell.
Number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, members and friends, you have been such a lovely audience. Give yourself a round of applause. I thank you for being so wonderful. And remember, Pam Sweet Sweet. I can't hear you. Pam Sweet Sweet. Pam, nice. At this point, we will have the passing of the hat and another entertainment selection by Bridget. Hi, girl. Tiwana? Before I leave, we have a piece of jewelry that was found. I don't know how to describe it, but if you lost a piece of jewelry, it's here, a man Pandora. The sheriff was leaving gifts for us, but we didn't know. I now call on Tiwana for the vote of thanks, and before I make my way, let me just say thank you for having me. My name is Valsia Glasgow, and I am from the beautiful constituency of number 5. I had a blast. Do enjoy the rest of your night and safe journeys home. And remember, Pam sweet, Pam nice. Thank you for having me.
There you had it, folks. The 57th edition of the PAM convention here on WINNFM 98.9. Up next, we're going to present to you the WINNFM News and Sports package.
You found the sound. 98.9. Win FM.
We now bring you the WINNFM News. The WINNFM News is brought to you by Carrie Brewery, SL Hoxfords and Company Limited, Rams Trading, The Cable, Beacon Insurance, and TDC.